All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. We have a few extra opening remarks tonight, and then the chair will go into further detail on how we'll proceed this week. The commission is made up of citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. They make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, as well as code or comprehensive plan amendments, as is in the case with this week's item. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. Once time for testimony has begun, virtually raise your hand and you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom, but this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Each hearing this week will be held in a hybrid format. Our schedule is going to be a little different than usual, and that the procedure for public hearing will be stretched out over multiple days. Today, we will begin with a presentation from the planning team, followed by questions from the commission, and then we'll start moving through representatives of all the registered neighborhood associations. We will begin with those who are in person, then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each neighborhood association will be given 5 minutes to present, and after we've gone through the list, the commission will circle back to questions again. There will be no public testimony today. If questions have been exhausted before 10 p.m., we will adjourn and begin public testimony tomorrow. We have a couple long nights ahead of us, so please expect a few quick breaks from proceedings, as well as a half-hour dinner break at 6 p.m. this evening. As I said, public testimony will begin tomorrow and continue into Wednesday and Thursday as needed. If at any point we have no more folks signed up to testify, the public hearing portion will be closed, staff will be given time for rebuttal, and the commission will deliberate and render a recommendation. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thanks, Crystal. And good evening, everybody. Before we start tonight, I'd like to remind us of why we are here and what it means and how we're going to behave. Our main goal is to have a fair hearing, a hearing where all voices are heard with courtesy and respect. And so we have a couple of simple rules for tonight's hearing. First, please do not call out, cheer, clap, or heckle from the audience. And please also do not interrupt the speakers. Everyone will get a chance to speak. And second, when speaking, please address your comments to the commission up here and not to city staff or fellow audience members. If we receive comments with raised voices or profanities, we'll stop your time and push you to the end of the public comment. If you ask a question, staff may choose to answer your question during their rebuttal time. The commission cannot answer questions during testimony. We are here to listen to all the audience and to make a decision. We have a lot of interest in this item, of course, this week. So a few other extra notes. If you have submitted written comments ahead of tonight, we want to be very clear that we have read your comments. You do not need to repeat your comments verbally tonight or at any other hearing this week. We like to make sure we hear from everyone who wants to speak. We do not need to repeat comments that have already been submitted have already been submitted via written or online testimony. We plan to close the hearing around 10 o'clock every evening this week. If we get much later than that, it makes it tough for deliberation, and none of us want to be here into the morning hours. This is why we're asking for only new comments this evening and the rest of the week. As Crystal just outlined, the order of the week will begin with a report from city staff. Then tonight we're going to hear from the neighborhood associations, and each neighborhood association will be given 5 minutes for their presentation. Once we get through all of the neighborhood association presentations, the commission will then ask questions of all of the neighborhood associations. Tomorrow, assuming we make it through all of that this evening, tomorrow we'll then open up for public testimony. At that time, everyone will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Again, this is again where we'd like to hear from those who have not yet submitted written comments in advance, or for any new comments that haven't been read into our packets. After all public testimony has been exhausted, staff will have the opportunity for rebuttal. As the schedule plays out right now, we're expecting that to be either on Wednesday or Thursday evening of this week. Finally, after after staff rebuttal, the commission will deliberate and make a recommendation to City Council on the proposed zoning code update. Thank you again for coming tonight. Your participation is important, and equally important is that we treat each other with kindness and respect, regardless of opinion. So with that, we'll go ahead and call the roll for the commission, and then we'll start with the staff presentation.
Stead. Schaefer.
Here.
Squires. Blanchard.
Here.
Moore. Here. Gillespie.
Here.
Finfrock,
Here.
Danley,
Here.
Mooney.
Here.
7 present, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll go ahead and jump right in. Item number 1 on our agenda, ZOA 23-1 and CPA 23-1 in the city of Boise. This is a zoning ordinance amendment of Boise City Code Title 11 and the adoption of a new zoning map, and then a comprehensive plan amendment with text changes to accompany the zoning ordinance amendment. And we're here from staff.
Thank you. I'm Tim Keene, Director of Planning and Development Services for the city of Boise. And I'll start by thanking everyone for joining us tonight, whether you're here or online, and really the whole week, the continuation of this important public discussion around these rules for development in Boise. So I really appreciate everybody's continued commitment to what's best for the city. And especially, of course, to the Planning and Zoning Commission this week for giving your whole week to this effort. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, as you probably know, these are volunteer members that spend so much time working on difficult, sometimes complex, often emotional cases every month. They give their time for that. It's an incredible representation of public service in our city. My presentation tonight is going to be somewhat in-depth because I did want to provide some context for the entire week. Also, what I'll present to you and Planning Commission members in particular will maybe be familiar with this because much of what I'm presenting was in 2 correspondence we've had with you over the past 30 days. The first one being our report on this proposal that came to you on March 30th, and then the second being a memo that I sent to you on April 13th, which essentially goes through things that we're not dealing with in this zoning rewrite, and I'll get to those at the end of this presentation. I do want to mention that we've got an incredible group of staff here, dedicated, talented people that are here to help answer questions or provide support to the community and the commission as we go through this week. Jessica Zelag, who leads the planning team, with Andrea Tuning, Lena Walker, and Deanna Dupuy, who have been the leaders of this effort throughout its process, which has been a long one, and I'll go into that in just a minute. What I'll go through in this presentation are these things: the application, what it is exactly that is before the commission. That consists of 2 basic actions that the commission will be taking. I want to get into second, what the proposal consists of, the code itself, the zoning code that's being proposed, and the plan amendment that we're proposing as well, the comprehensive plan amendment, what it consists of, and what the public process has been that has gotten us to where we are today. The third thing is the kind of the why. Why are we doing this? The relationship of the zoning code to the comp plan recommendations, the comp plan being Blueprint Boise, which was adopted in 2011. I do want to go through the alignment that this has with our city goals. In a bit more technical fashion, kind of the findings that we're suggesting or recommending for approval. And then finally finish with some themes that we've heard through the public process and most recently through many of the submittals we've gotten of comments over the past couple of months. So first, in terms of the applications that are before the commission this week, the first is a zoning code amendment, which would repeal and replace the existing zoning ordinance for the city of Boise, which, as you know, dates to 1966. And the second action is a comprehensive plan text amendment to replace references to the previous zoning districts. The comp plan has within it the basic structure of our current ordinance, so we have to replace that with the new zoning districts that are within this new zoning code so that the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance are consistent with one another. In terms of what this proposed ordinance consists of, here you see a list of those things that are within the 600 or so pages of this ordinance. About half of this ordinance relates directly to the regulations that we have. So the zoning districts, the use regulations, and the design and development standards, about half of the ordinances consist of that. And then the remainder is around administration and procedures, definitions, and adopted specific plans for different parts of the city that are part of the zoning ordinance. And those plans have been adopted over many years, but we certainly want to respect that work that's gone on in specific parts of the city that are currently represented in the current ordinance. The second thing that this consists of is a new zoning map. So there's a conversion map that all properties in the city go from a zoning district that they currently are zoned. So we have currently in the city, we have 23 different zoning districts. In the new code, we have 17. And so all properties in the city will get translated to a new zoning district in this proposed ordinance. And then the comprehensive plan text amendment, which are really minor updates just to provide that consistency in terms of nomenclature, and the districts in the new code make that consistent with the comprehensive plan, and also just replacing the term land use map with future land use map in the comprehensive plan. The longer view of this process started in the fall of 2020. And early in the process, and I'll get to this in a minute, there was an analysis of the existing zoning ordinance to see the degree to which it was consistent with those comprehensive plan recommendations. You'll see throughout the process, beginning again in the fall of 2020, all the community outreach that was involved in each step of this process, which included public discussion of various types in the spring of 2020 related to Module 1, which is really the allowed uses in the city, and then a similar process into the winter and spring of 22 related to Module 2, those development and design standards. Then in the summer of last year, we came back to Modules 1 and 2. And the reason for this was that in Modules 1 and 2, we heard so much feedback from the community that we felt we couldn't just put off making changes to the ordinance until it came to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Now we wanted to go ahead and go back, make some refinements based on the feedback we were getting from residents of the city. So we did that, and in modules in the summer of last year, made some significant changes to Modules 1 and 2. And then in the fall of last year, we had the entire consolidated draft code that included the final module, which has to do with approval processes and procedures. So the entire process followed these phases. They were called modules, but going through what are the specific uses in the city in phase 1, and phase 2, what are the design and development standards that we have, and then finally phase 3 was what kind of processes do we use at the city to approve development of all types. So here we are in the spring of 2023, getting into the public hearing process. We did have the assistance throughout the process from Clarion, which is the city in 2019 selected Clarion to be a consultant to this process. And they were chosen because they have a tremendous amount of experience in this regard, drafting ordinances for communities across the country over a long period of time. So they have been instrumental in drafting the ordinance. The Clarion group includes attorneys that are specialists in land use law and zoning codes. They helped prepare the ordinance that you have before you. The first thing that they did was conduct this evaluation of the existing ordinance, and just a couple of things here from this list of things. So they were looking at our current ordinance relative to, is this ordinance capable of actually implementing your comprehensive plan, which was adopted in 2011. And what they, not surprisingly, found is that it is not. And just a couple of highlights from this list. The evaluation of the current ordinance determined that it's a poor fit with Boise's planning goals, and I'll get into that a little bit more in just a moment. And that it was also poorly designed to protect what makes Boise unique. So, and on, lots of technical aspects of the existing ordinance, which is in their evaluation found to be not at all consistent with what the community said it wants its future to be in Blueprint Boise. In addition, there was an advisory committee established, this group of 20 people that met over 20 times over several years. And this group, discussed each of those phases along those phases that I mentioned in the process, got into each one of them in depth, and was not, involved in exactly drafting the ordinance, but was constantly providing feedback and good discussion among this group, which included a variety of people that come from neighborhoods, but also the development community. So it was a good, diverse group of people to discuss each step of the way, how this process was unfolding, and give guidance to where we ended up with this draft ordinance before you. Throughout the process, there was, as I said, a variety of ways for people to be involved. Many community conversations, which happened all over the city. As I mentioned, over 20 meetings, the advisory committee, surveys that were done. We did multiple presentations to the city council and, of course, the Planning and Zoning Commission. Lots of individual stakeholder meetings in addition to the bigger kind of community conversations that happened over this period. So I guess the point of that is just to reinforce and get back to my first statement tonight, the importance of everybody's commitment to this. And regardless of where we ended up in terms of your perspective on how we're proposing to regulate development in the city, it is certainly the case that there was a huge community discussion around this over a period of years. Not something that we came to quickly. It was something that was a very deliberative process. Here we are today in 2023, and just to get you into the adoption timeline, that started with the release of the full draft at the end of February. As I mentioned, we initially sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 30th that report. It was a fairly lengthy one, some outline of which I'll go through in these next few slides. We also sent on April 13th that memo that I mentioned earlier, that it did include a list of things that we're not addressing in this ordinance. It also included a red line version of the ordinance just to address typos and grammatical errors in the ordinance that was released at the end of February. Here we are at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearings this week in April. We will have a similar set of hearings before the Boise City Council in June, and then the Boise City Council will vote on this. So the discussion around this, the welcoming of perspectives on these rules continue this week, and then they'll also continue in the middle of June, which is when council will vote on the ordinance and determine an effective date. You see that at the far right here. We'll have to determine what's the effective date of this ordinance, and that will have to be determined when council makes their vote in June. Shifting now to this relationship between what we're proposing and Blueprint Boise. And I just want to note that so much of what was in Blueprint Boise in terms of what it recommended in terms of how we achieve the goals and the vision that are represented in Blueprint Boise had to do with a new zoning code or substantial changes to the zoning code, which have not occurred. After Blueprint Boise was adopted, there has been minor changes to the zoning ordinance. The final bullet in this list, the 18 of the 45 actions in Blueprint Boise directed the city through its planning department to amend the development code. And when you have such a substantial number of recommendations in your comprehensive plan that you need code changes, that's speaking to you need a new ordinance that is consistent with these recommendations. I'll get into a few of those things. Another indication of why you need a new zoning ordinance along the same lines as what I was speaking to, but relative to the Planning and Zoning Commission's work and the types of cases that you see on an ongoing basis when you have a a lot of variances being requested. Number one, 282 over 5 years, that comes down to 5 variances a month over that period of time. And you have so many plan unit developments which are essentially people creating individual zoning districts, 245 over 5 years. You've had a tremendous amount of effort within this community to create individual zoning districts through these PUDs because the existing ordinance just isn't working, which you all see so much of, whether it's variances or planning unit developments or rezonings, appeals and so forth. And appeals coming from not only neighbors, but also applicants who appeal, as you know, that come to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council relative to appeals of decisions over that period of time. Getting into the recommendations of Blueprint Boise and some specific, the kind of headline issues in Boise, of course, the first being housing. We have Blueprint Boise and its recommendations, which you see on this. What you see here is the housing needs assessment, which was done after Blueprint Boise to look at what is the supply of housing that Boise needs in order to deal with the demand that the city is seeing now. And the housing needs assessment recommended that we actually need 2,700 new housing units each year just to keep up with demand. We're not close to that. Over the past several years, we've issued between about 1,000 and 1,500 permits for new construction of homes in Boise. So we're far below what the housing needs assessment was saying that we needed, but it was also saying that we need a broader variety of housing types. And this range should include attached homes, duplexes, townhouses, multifamily dwellings. The point being just that, you know, we can't solve our housing problem with one solution. We need many solutions and solutions that relate to all housing types. And this is something we've learned from other cities over the past 10 years, that if you seek one solution, you're probably not going to be that successful. So I think one thing you see in this proposal is a variety of ways to deal with our housing challenges, not in a way that we have to acquiesce to, but quite the opposite, and in a way that we should be, you know, excited about, in the sense that we could have a greater diversity of housing. This is so much a part of what Blueprint Boise recommended. Also, with regard to the new code and what we're seeking to accomplish with it, addressing issues around being environmentally sensitive and addressing issues related to climate. A couple of recommendations from Blueprint Boise here to highlight development regulations. We need development regulations that will help us further the community's sustainability objectives. If our development regulations are not consistent with what we seek to do as a city and as a community related to climate and other issues around environmental sensitivity, then we're not going to be very successful. And the benefits of energy efficient buildings will be lost if the future occupants of those buildings must drive 20 miles to the nearest grocery store and commute an hour each way to work. This is Blueprint Boise in 2011, this issue of, if we continue to grow in a manner that we spread across the landscape and people have to drive further and further for their work or for any services, we will not be successful, and we will not be a city that is addressing issues around climate or sustainability. From Blueprint Boise. And then finally here, as it relates to the relationship between this new code and Blueprint Boise, when it comes to transportation specifically, huge costs associated with the extension of highways to support, development further and further from the city, relatively small investment if we can avoid doing that and rather invest in the existing city and other modes of transportation, with the bottom line from Blueprint Boise being we must enable more residents the ability to choose alternative modes of travel. Shifting now to the new modern zoning code goals, several of them here that I'll go into a little bit more detail about, but again, a variety of housing options. Number one, a sustainable development pattern. Number two, transportation options for more residents of the city, and supporting a healthy community and environment. For each of those, creating a variety of housing options. As I said earlier, one solution isn't enough. We need every solution when it comes to housing. That includes a variety of housing in the right places, housing that is appropriate at the neighborhood scale in neighborhoods, and housing that isn't in a neighborhood, housing that is in a denser, more urban place outside of neighborhoods, which is the way this ordinance has been organized, that you have housing at a neighborhood scale within your neighborhood. And those are very traditional to Boise neighborhoods and most neighborhoods in this country. And then you have denser, taller buildings outside of neighborhoods nearby, but on corridors, for instance, or downtown. So it's important that we do that. And that we limit the impacts to vulnerable residents. We've added a piece in here that directly speaks to those most vulnerable. And we were concerned about that relative to this new code, because we are permitting more density along corridors, for instance, where you currently have commercial and multifamily zoning. So to provide some protections in this ordinance for our most vulnerable residents. The predictable development pattern, again, this image here on the left is from planning that's been done for State Street in Boise in association with the big investment that we'll be making in bus rapid transit. State Street, along with Vista and Fairview, though, are streets now that have our best bus service. But direct development where there's planned public investment. This is so much an important part of what this ordinance is proposing to do, because we know, again, from experience, that the financially sustainable way to grow is one that we're utilizing the existing infrastructure and services that the city and its residents are now paying for, rather than having to constantly invest our resources in infrastructure outside of the city footprint and further from the city, and not only infrastructure, but those services. This sustainable development pattern is also a financially sustainable development pattern. And then transportation options. Though, if you care about traffic congestion, the most important thing for us to concern ourselves with is that we grow in a manner that more residents of this city can drive less and less far. Again, proven 100% of the time that if we require more, we require residents of the city and more people that live here, the residents that live here now and newcomers to Boise, to drive to do everything, then we will not be successful, and our frustration around congestion will grow and grow. So much of this has to do with doing what we can through the zoning ordinance to ensure that we have a development pattern that supports movement by all people in all ways, and implementation of the Pathways Master Plan, for instance, and ensuring that people have places to walk and ride their bikes to, or take a bus as close to their neighborhood or within their neighborhood as possible. This is the challenge when it comes to cities in this country, and Boise included, related to transportation. And finally, as it relates to the healthy environment, what's most important here is that our development ordinance reflects the unique physical characteristics of Boise. And you think about 1966 when the current ordinance was drafted. Obviously the conditions that cities were facing at that time were utterly different, completely and utterly different. Here we are today. We've learned a lot. Things have changed over the past 60 years. And one of the things we know is so important is that our development code has to acknowledge this specific physical place and how it's organized, and specifically how the city and the more urban aspects of the city are organized, but also the importance of the river and the mountains and the desert that we sit within. The point is that there's a direct relationship between the urban parts of what we're seeking to accomplish and the intact landscape and nature around us. The decisions we make as a city directly affect the wild places that surround Boise and are so much a part of what makes this part of the country what it is. I'm going to shift now into the code text amendment. This has to do with the findings for approval. So shifting to a kind of technical outline here of what will be happening as the Planning and Zoning Commission goes through its work this week and then comes to some conclusion later in the week. So this is the nature of the action that will be taken and the findings related to those. So the question is, are the proposals, do they comply with and conform to the comprehensive plan? And what we're saying is the proposed zoning code establishes a set of land use and design standards to implement the vision of Blueprint Boise and much of its goals, policies, and actions. So this relates to the relationship from a technical standpoint between what we're proposing as an ordinance and the city's comprehensive plan. And we're suggesting that we should find that this ordinance directly relates to the land use design standards and vision of Blueprint Boise. Also that it provides for the zoning goals to achieve a sustainable, efficient, and responsible development pattern. And as it relates to the comprehensive plan amendments, this gets back to, what are the actions that we're taking? What are we required to conclude from what's being proposed? And I won't go through these in detail, but ensure that the comprehensive plan uses language and terminology that's consistent with the development code that we have. This has to do with the consistency between the code that we're proposing and the comprehensive plan. Again, common language and correct language and terminology, and that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, which we went into in quite a bit of detail in that report you received on March 30th. Again, that there's not inconsistencies between those goals of the comprehensive plan and the ordinance, which we say that's true, there are not. In fact, we need this new ordinance to specifically address inconsistencies, and that the proposed code will not place an undue burden on transportation or other public facilities in the city, adversely impact the delivery of services, and so forth. And what we're suggesting through the points that I made in this presentation and went more in depth to in the report that you received is in fact that the code that we're proposing is bringing us into consistency with Blueprint Boise and proposing a development pattern or the rules around a development pattern that would be is a solution to our transportation public facility needs, how we deliver services and so forth. And then I want to get to what is the action of the Planning and Zoning Commission this week and the type of decision is a legislative decision on a proposed new set of rules around development. It's a policy decision. The point is that this is not a specific development case like you'd see with a plan unit development or a site plan that you might see. We're not getting into that kind of level of detail here. What the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council on the repeal and replacement of the existing code, and then the comprehensive plan amendments that bring the comprehensive plan into alignment with this new code. And ultimately, the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending yes or no to council as to whether or not these things are appropriate. So recommending to City Council, of course, as I said earlier, City Council will then have their hearings in June and we'll act on this. In your deliberation, though, of course, you're going to hear lots of opinions about aspects of this ordinance, and certainly to identify issues as you've heard them this week, as this goes to City Council, identify those issues. Hey, here's things that came up frequently and we'd like you to consider, council, when you make your decision, yes or no, on this new code and comprehensive plan change. We are recommending approval of both the repeal and repeal of our current ordinance, replacement with this new one, and the comprehensive plan amendment. Ultimately, when you get to motions, you will need one for each. I do want to mention some common themes that you've seen. The Planning and Zoning Commission has, since late March, we've gotten lots of community input via written comments. Since the ordinance, the final draft was released at the end of February, the Planning and Zoning Commission has been receiving that on a weekly basis for several weeks. It's been a huge volume of input that they've been working through and over a period of weeks. And so these are probably themes that you're familiar with, but we did want to note them as we start this public discussion again. Ideas about the allowed use and allowed form standards within the mixed use zone. So this is broken down by zoning districts and use regulations first, but I don't want to suggest that there's one opinion on any of these. There certainly isn't. This is not a list of things that people are upset about necessarily. It's just a list where there's various opinions about this issue of allowed use, allowed form, which is an interesting aspect of this ordinance, one that we came to because we were so concerned that we tried to draft an ordinance that includes a process that makes the things we want and need easier to do and kind of puts the community in a position of helping make sure this zoning ordinance is successful. The use specific standards related to duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes, neighborhood cafes that you've probably heard a lot about within neighborhoods, and then drive-through facilities in the city. These, as I said, relate to the zoning districts and use regulations. Then onto the development and design standards, the dimensional standards for residential, in particular for R1C, right? The incentives related to residential, which have to do with affordability requirements and also ensuring that where you're getting additional density, you are meeting certain sustainability standards. Lots of opinions about that in many different directions. Minor land divisions, which we had administratively previously, and we're proposing not an administrative approval on minor land divisions. And then parking requirements, as you know, lots of opinions about this, both within neighborhoods as it relates to single family, duplex, triplex, fourplex, but also even parking maximums for commercial uses. Lots of thoughts about parking and whether we're requiring too much or not enough and those kinds of things. And then in terms of the third part of it, having to do with administration and procedures, the noticing for type 2. So in this ordinance, we're proposing that we have 4 types of approvals as it relates, zoning ordinances have a certain amount of complexity to them. We're talking about thousands of parcels, 85 square miles. There's a certain amount of complexity built into it. We're proposing these 4 types as a way to somewhat simplify the process. And within those types 1 and 2 do not have a public hearing. So that's why I mentioned noticing for type 2 applications on this list. The Interdepartmental Review Committee, which is a new proposal to help with coordination among not just city departments, but even other agencies and opinions about that. And then neighborhood association testimony. This has to do at hearings, when in the case of hearings, how much time neighborhood associations are given. Then in that memo I mentioned of April 13th, we did mention the things that we were not addressing in this ordinance. And these things, we felt important to address them at the beginning because I know certainly, for instance, in the summer of last year, when we were having lots of public meetings about the new code, there was quite a bit of discussion about these things. And in the memo that we sent to the Planning Commission, everyone has access to this on the city's website, but it's dated April 13th. We go into why we're not addressing them, and they substantially have to do with mostly legal issues. Some of these things have been dealt with by the city, wireless communications and short-term rentals in particular, fairly recently. These are recent big public discussions in the city We're not addressing shelters because we'd been through the big shelter discussion last year and felt like that would warrant some separate discussion later after this code is adopted. So that is the conclusion of my slides, and just want to acknowledge the importance of this deliberation that the Planning and Zoning Commission is having this week, and acknowledge the importance of and helpfulness of all suggestions, comments, whether in favor or against, have been throughout this process, and most recently since this final draft was adopted at the end of February. It's expected and healthy for people within this community to have strong opinions about this. It's not often that we or any city completely replaces its development requirements. It's been 60 years for us. Many places have started and given up. So it's a very healthy discussion that's been going on. And I think we should approach this and as has been said by the chair as he convened this meeting, as a healthy discussion. We all are trying to get to the best solutions. We think we've gotten to a collection of recommendations and a new code that is very reflective of this place and includes lots of solutions for the big problems that we're all seeking to address here. But it's this, we're not done yet. So anyway, thank you for that time to provide some context for all this discussion that will go on this week.
Okay. Tim, thank you very much. Appreciate the overview. Before we get started too, I just want to thank you and all of the staff for all of the efforts thus far. It's been a 3 years in running process here. And, we've heard from staff on occasion throughout that process. So we appreciate all of the updates you've given us over the years to see how this was playing out. And we appreciate all that effort. And we know you guys all spent a lot of time putting this together. So we too, I think, are looking forward to a good discussion this week and to hearing from all of the interested parties, making sure that we're getting Boise on the right path moving forward. So again, appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Before we get into the neighborhood associations and their testimony, do we want to have any questions for Tim, gang?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So Crystal, so is that it from the city? And so if I have questions about, say, parking requirements and just wanting to see a little bit more of that detail and hear the city's thoughts on that, is now the time to ask that question or later, or how would you like to proceed with that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, now would be the time to ask questions, specific questions.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And other commissioners. So I have a couple of areas I'm kind of interested in hearing more about in more detail. I just want to lay them out in advance so you guys, so we can get this synced up. Mm-hmm. So I'm very interested in the parking question.
Okay.
And just the policy, starting at a general level and working down. Okay. Like what are we trying to do here? And then how are we trying to enable it in the code? I'm very interested in parking. The other thing I'm really interested in talking about is the changes to the procedures. Okay. The way we're creating these new types and what the city's trying to do with these different types, which sort of move away from the current, I won't say one size fits all, but we're trying to create more differentiated approval tracks. And I'd like to hear more about that. So with that, I'm going to be quiet.
Okay. Sounds good.
Most people think so.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we're all going to be I'm sure we have overlap, right, in what we have questions. I think there's really, I think we should just kind of jump in and get going. Maybe Tim, we can start at the top here with Milt's question about parking. Maybe start that discussion right here.
Yeah, and we would expect this. I mean, of course, the Planning and Zoning Commission members will have questions as we move through the week, and we can start with this one. I saw a slide up that at least it was over there related to the
Mr. Chairman, I just don't want to get us sidetracked because if they don't have if it's not handy to do it, then we can
Yeah.
deal with it another way. I'm not sure how
Well,
this
I
should
know
work.
I'm happy to answer those questions and provide that context now. It might be helpful before you get into.
Yeah, I
If
think
you think
so.
so.
I think it's good to get at least our initial questions out there.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, Tim, I think as we get more testimony tonight and in subsequent evenings, we're going to have quite a bit, I think, in rebuttal as we start to close up sort of the themes that we're hearing throughout the week.
Okay.
All right.
Well, here's one
See?
slide to start with. It relates to parking. I'll say from the beginning, as I started to get into, and I think a previous slide, as I listed parking as one of the issues we were hearing so much about. This was an important issue to get into. I'll tell you that from, Blueprint Boise and all the goals that we have as a city related to transportation and land use specifically, we did feel updates to the parking requirements were important ones to make. And I think we started the process thinking that those changes would maybe be more dramatic than they ended up being, in the sense that we would have ended up recommending the elimination of parking requirements in more cases. But this is a slide that shows you the details around parking that's within this proposed ordinance as it relates to multiple things. But I'll say that where we ended up is that we did reduce the parking requirements for an individual home or small scale residential, so duplex up to 4 units, because previously it had been 2 spaces, off-street parking spaces per unit, and we're proposing that it be 1. So that's a change in this proposed ordinance. We do have parking maximums for some of our commercial uses, as you can see here, typically about 125% of what the minimum is. So there are maximums within the commercial uses, but those aren't related to the zones, to provide some distinction there. So you have, for instance, an MX3 zone, but those parking maximums don't relate to the zone. For, in that case, the MX3, they actually relate to the use. If you go through the use table, you see where it has a maximum for certain commercial uses. So really the reduction in required off-street parking is really within those smaller scale residential, going from 2 off-street spaces to 1. And then we do have some incentive-based parking reductions that have to do with cases where you're meeting affordable requirements. So you're providing housing at specific income levels, that in the mixed use zones, then you get reductions in parking. So we have that, but across the board, it's just in the small scale residential.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So Director Tim, so, we've all, us planning guys, read the Bible, the High Cost of Free Parking by Dr. Shoup. And we all know, who are thinking about it, right, roughly 30%, 20% of the land area in the city is devoted to roads and parking, and the average parking space is utilized at like 10, 20%. So is it the city's view that these changes will substantially reduce the amount of sort of excess parking that we have created over the last 50 years? Or are these, relatively moderate changes compared to what some other folks are trying to do?
Well, as you know, there's been lots of cases in this country now where parking minimums have been eliminated, and even cases where there's more kind of aggressive maximums being created for the very reason you're saying. The parking spaces are deadening to cities and not helpful in so many ways. I would say, though, across the board, there are helpful aspects of this when it comes to that. We do the changes that we're making to the smaller scale residential, we think are very helpful and will enable some of those, what might be called, the small scale residential in neighborhoods, make them more possible. In the denser mixed use areas, I think what we'll see more of, and what I think this ordinance would help accomplish, is more of a shift to less surface parking in those areas. You know, we have, think about where the MX3 is proposed, which is activity centers, Vista, State, and Fairview. We have such enormous fields of surface parking, you know, transitioning to other, you know, structured parking and so forth. I think that would be the biggest impact of this ordinance in areas like that. But I do think the changes we're making to the smaller scale residential will be hugely helpful in terms of getting more of that possible within our neighborhoods.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please. Commissioner.
just to close that, the ideas of parking. Could you talk about just the very high cost of parking spaces for development and what it does to the cost of all kinds of real estate and affordability in our city?
I think, you know, the place to start with that is that we hear this every time someone comes in to build anything, is that the parking is such a determinant of what's possible. You know, so often now, given especially the way the regulations are here and most places, you know, you start with what can I park? It's not what can I achieve from a development standpoint. It's how many cars can I fit on the property? And that becomes such a constraint around design of anything. And then the cost of that, you can imagine at every scale, the cost of that is enormous. But when you get to, you know, when you get to structured parking, you're talking about really significant amounts, 20, 30 plus $1,000 per parking space, which really changes the potential for any builder to offer rents or prices that are affordable. That so impacts the actual cost of housing in the city, the cost of providing that parking. And even think about a small scale residential situation. If you're using a third or a quarter of your property for parking, even if you have, you know, available on-street parking, for instance, or something else, then you're really affecting what we can achieve from a housing affordability and diversity standpoint. And then the second point was about the approval processes. And just to speak to that a little bit more, as we were moving into the third phase of this ordinance, we certainly recognized that, again, learning from other cities, that if we don't address the process for approval in this new ordinance, then we're probably going to be very frustrated as a community. And I used to say this last summer a lot, that the purpose of this ordinance is not really to determine how we want to organize our arguments. The purpose of this ordinance is to determine how do we create a set of regulations that makes Blueprint Boise as successful as it can be. And that means, how do we make what we want and need easier to achieve? So the reason for these 4 types related directly to that. So types 1 and 2, which are technically kind of administrative approvals, they're not going to public hearings, are things that we feel like, if you look at all of that material that I reviewed tonight from Blueprint Boise, that speaks to all these issues. And then number 1, and number 2, how can we involve the community in, again, making this ordinance successful? And so an example is the allowed use, allowed form, which is a type 2, versus allowed use alternative form, which is a type 3 that does go to hearing. And so, for instance, on in our MX3 areas, which are along those transit routes and activity centers, these are places where, imagine, you know, where redevelopment can be hugely beneficial to the city in every way imaginable, that if you're building densely in those cases on those streets in MX3s, then you're a type 2, which does not go to hearing. And if you're building less dense in those areas where we're I mean, this is not the whole city. It's those 3 corridors and activity centers. So but if you're building in these important places where we really need density and you're building less dense, you're building not dense enough, then your allowed use alternative form, which is a type 3 and does go to hearing. So I mentioned that one specifically because that's what kind of motivated us to these 4 types is let's identify the types of things that were within the types of development and put it within one of these project type classifications such that we're making those things that we want simpler to accomplish in types 1 and 2, and even put the community in a position to help this ordinance and each other be successful by putting in type 3 things that actually aren't in service to the ordinance. So this is something that is I think an approach to approval processes that is not one that's often been taken. And I think it's actually building on what we've seen in other cities seeking to achieve these kinds of things through their processes. But I think this is a unique and exciting proposal for how to do that.
Real quick, Commissioner Gillespie, did that kind of answer your questions about process? Okay, great. Thanks, Tim. Commissioner Danley?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on this line of parking, real quick though, Tim, Crystal, Andrea, and everybody else, just want to publicly state, I know a lot of hard work has gone into this, and it's worth saying out loud. I think everybody appreciates it to one degree or another. See how it goes, but ultimately a lot of work, and you should be acknowledged for that work. And then quickly to the public, I think 4,000-ish pages of comments, and that's a lot. That's a whole lot. And so just to the general public real quick, thank you for chiming in, and I'm sure we'll revisit that as we go through the next few days. On the parking side, Tim, one of the things we heard in many of the letters, I think it was suggested by several, at least that I read, was we have, this concept, as you touched on, parking minimums, parking maximums. And I wouldn't wonder if you could touch on the thought of simply doing away with both.
Well, we have discussed this, and I would, at least for me last summer, there was a lot of discussion about the parking requirements in this new code, and the way we presented it in public meetings, I know through most of last year, was that the elimination of minimums, for instance, in this code doesn't mean that there will be no parking. What it means is that the public would not be saying that you must build parking, right? I mean, so the zoning code is not necessarily the determinant as to whether there is parking or not. Parking would be provided in most cases under any circumstance. The issue is, do we as the city, and by the city, the public, do we want to be requiring that? And so I will say that there was a lot of debate about that. And to your point, and this is where we ended up, is the proposal that I outlined just a moment in response to Mr. Gillespie's question. And I think the elimination of minimums is the right way to go. I think if you look at cities and the enormous cost of parking and what is possible if you don't have those minimum requirements, then that's the direction the city should be headed in. I think where we ended up in terms of our recommendations is where we felt the city could get now, and what was addressing the variety of concerns that we heard from all specter of opinions in the public process is where we ended up. But I think our recommendation is that we seek to eliminate parking minimums through a public code, and this is a step in that direction. With regard to maximums, I think maximums are really helpful in some cases. Maximums, especially in cases where you're really seeking to put your investment in public transportation, for instance. And we ended up including maximums that relate to specific uses that are commercial uses, primarily because they end up in places that tend to be, in this code, more walkable places, whether it's MX3, MX4, MX5, all of those, MX1, all places where you're going to get a commercial and residential mixed use. So we ended up with the maximums in those places, which I feel like is a good step for the city to take, especially in those cases where we're really trying to put our investment in alternative modes of transportation.
Mr. Chair, just going to continue if I might.
Please.
Just a few more. Tim, again, just kind of speaking to much of the testimony we saw in the written record. Wonder if you can touch on the relationship between the utilization of on-street parking and ACHD. Every time we talk about that in this chamber, every time we have a proposal that says maybe we're counting a couple of stalls on-street parking as it relates to satisfying our code, we always get back that same form letter from ACHD saying essentially they're not going to guarantee that that street will maintain that parking in perpetuity, no matter the type of street. So I'm curious your general sense of the temperature with relation to ACHD and that general policy of counting on-street parking towards satisfying our requirements overall.
I think the temperature has gotten much better as it relates to that. And part of that, I think, does have to do with this whole process, all of the discussion that went on about on-street parking and its importance during the zoning ordinance creation process, which included ACHD. And I think the alignment between ACHD and the city has gotten much better. And ACHD was supportive. I think, can I say this? Supportive of this ordinance? Is that appropriate? Did we get a letter from them? Oh, they're neutral on this ordinance, excuse me. But the discussion around on-street parking has gotten much better. I'll mention a specific case where that was represented, and that was Victory Road on the bench, where we recently, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed a couple of developments on Victory there. And we ended up with a lot of agreement on-street parking in that case, and a very healthy discussion with ACHD about on-street parking in that case and the importance of it. So I think that discussion is in a better place, and we're seeing the fruits of that, I think, in some of the things that you've been seeing lately.
Good for now.
Good now? Okay. I think we're all getting our legs underneath us for the week.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
since we're a lull, so regarding parking for staff, then for commercial activities and maximums, for example, we have some testimony from Winco regarding, hey, we think we need more parking than you're allowing. So what's staff's thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we're recommending the ordinance that's before you. I don't think we have any recommended changes to our parking requirements. And there are uses like grocery store or Winco that require a lot of parking. We think 125% of the minimum is gracious for those uses. And really, if you look at big parking load tenants like that or users like that there tends to be a fair amount of unused parking at those places. So we're recommending what's before you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Daly.
I'm going to go bike parking. How about we shift gears just a little bit? Well, that was a bad pun. I didn't mean to go that route. Sorry.
We're good.
So for the last several years, as you know, we have been requiring of certain types of development, most of them, to have set aside space for bike parking. One thing I've been hearing sort of through the grapevine is that, in some cases, I don't know how many, but that if you have a bicycle that is of a certain value, that you're more inclined to want to keep that bike inside your unit versus say in a parking area, a dedicated parking area on the ground floor. So I'm curious if we have at all been sort of following up on that policy over the last bunch of years to see how is that going? How is it that set aside of bike parking going, particularly in residential, multifamily, that sort of higher density projects? Is it being used? Is it, something that maybe should be tweaked? I'm wondering if you could touch on that.
I'm going to ask Andrea to speak to this in part because in the new code, we did substantially update our parking requirements, which Andrea, perhaps you could speak to.
Good evening, Commissioners. Andrea Tuning for the record. As you read the code, you're going to notice a number of changes that occur with bicycle parking. So the first change is that we've really decoupled the amount of bicycle parking that's provided. Previously, you might be familiar with the fact that you would provide the number of bicycle parking based on the number of vehicle spaces that are required. So we believe that not only is vehicular parking a component, but also bicycle parking. And so we have ultimately determined two different types of bicycle parking. So you have your long-term bicycle parking that will be provided. So that might be for an employee in a commercial use, or it would be for a resident in a multifamily residential use. Then we also have visitor parking, and that's really for those patrons or visitors that might be coming. So we have examined it in that location. We've also taken a look at that there's different types of parking. So you have a standard parking stall for some individuals, but then you have other individuals that might have a bicycle with a trailer. It might have a bicycle cargo bike. So we have accommodated for each one of those types of bicycles as well. We have also taken a look at where are those bicycle parking spaces provided. So in most cases, they'll be provided near the main entrance to the building so that they're clearly visible to any visitors that might be coming for those short-term spaces. And then we have requirements that a certain amount of bicycle parking actually has to be secured and covered for those long-term spaces. And so we've really taken a whole new look at bicycle parking to make sure that we are giving our citizens the option on how they're commuting.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mooney.
And you can see
Piggyback on-
those standards in the slide here. It's really a big improvement in our parking and our bicycle parking requirements, which was a very deliberate, intentional change that was made in this code. And in part because Commissioner Danley, of what we experienced with individual, when we were tying the bike parking requirements to the vehicle parking requirements and not being specific about where those spaces needed to be, it was just, the results were very spotty. Mm-hmm. So in this new code, you have a very deliberate set of new standards around bike parking.
Okay, Commissioner Mooney, I think you had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So some of the public feedback regarding that, Director Keene, was that why isn't bicycle parking handled the same as vehicle parking, for example? For the example that was offered is in a multifamily development, it's assumption there's going to be more than one car required for more than one bedroom, but the same assumption is not made for a bicycle. And that was some prevailing public commentary as well.
Right. And so here what you have proposed is that we're getting a one long-term space and one short-term space per unit, which is a dramatic increase from where we are today. So in reference to that concern, which we share, we've really specifically isolated the bike parking to require much more of it in any case in Boise.
Mr. Chairman, just to keep the ball rolling,
Please.
I'm interested in discussing the terminology allowed use and allowed form. And I'm specifically going to come back to, wait, am I supposed to pause, Crystal? No, I'm good. This commission and myself in particular can be a real bear on setbacks and height restrictions in sort of the traditional tools in the code that we have for what I consider, the building form questions, the actual spatial layout of development. Can you talk about how the new code addresses the classic setback and height restrictions of the old code, how it deals with those in a new context, a new code, and whether I think it's subsumed in the allowable form idea. And I just wanted you to talk about that a little bit.
Right. The allowed form, which is specifically related to these different districts that we're creating and these MX districts. So you see it here, the allowed forms and the requirements are around each based on the mixed use district you have. And a reminder that the MX3 is, as I said, those transit corridors and activity centers. The MX4 is just, for now at least, just those few locations on State Street where we've already identified the transit stops for the BRT, and then downtown is the MX5, and then also MX1 is mixed use neighborhood, so smaller scale, but kind of neighborhood based, pedestrian oriented, designed mixed use, and what the requirements are around allowed form. So in each case, it has to do with the height of the building, so the density of what you're building, and it has to do with the parking, and it has to do with in some cases, whether you're providing affordable housing or not. But what isn't seen here, this is just identifying from a density standpoint, what's allowed use, allowed form versus alternative form. But what isn't seen here is the design and development standards that are throughout the ordinance in that whole section, which directly addresses the issues Commissioner Gillespie, you're speaking to, which is this great concern that we have around, the kind of the pedestrian orientation of the design in these critical places in the city, which are fundamentally a part of those design and development standards. So that gets into setback, that gets into landscape, that gets into the ground floor use of the building, that gets into the nature of that ground floor design such that it's an active ground floor and appropriate on a street where people are walking, all of those things that are so common in your discussions. And I've heard it described this way, that this new code essentially creates the standards that we can now apply to anyone that's building in those locations versus where we've been with the existing code, which is we have to do it every time separately, like whether it's through a plan unit development or a site plan that we're receiving, that we've had to kind of wrestle it every time. And the new code is our way to embed those requirements throughout the ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. It's just for these, the red spots on the map, right?
Well, the design and development standards relate to
Everything, but
everywhere
just
in the
this
city.
allowed form,
The allowed
use
form
discussion.
one is this. Yes.
Thank you.
That's right. Mhm.
Somehow I lost track of that.
That's right.
Sorry. A little bit on that same line of questioning, Tim, could you speak to generally how staff got to the recommended building heights for each of the zones? And then, we're kind of getting a little bit into the weeds, but I noticed, for example, like in the R3 zone, I think the maximum building height is 50 feet, and you identify a number of stories, but then it sort of varies, I think then like an MX 3 or 4, the building height's actually a little lower than 50 feet, but it's still 3 stories. Can you just talk kind of in a big picture about how that was developed?
I think there's two fundamental ways that we came to the different height requirements that are part of this ordinance. One aspect of it was, what are the types of buildings that we're seeking to enable through this ordinance? So an easy example of that would be, for instance, in those MX3 areas, we know that building type. We've seen it. We know what the ideal building type would be there. So let's include the height that would be appropriate for that. So that's one important way that we came to these recommendations. The second I think as well, though, is just feedback that we were receiving throughout the process. Because when you think about the design and development standards, those were first presented in that module 2 that went out earlier. I don't have the dates in front of me, but early in 2022, even late 2021. And then we came back to that very same discussion, including heights, in the summer of last year. So the second piece of it, in addition to what type of buildings are we seeking to enable, the second piece was what kind of feedback are we getting? What are people saying about these heights? And that was an important part of this as well. An example of that actually is the requirement in our R1C, for instance, that we have a building height of 3 stories or 40 feet. That was a change last summer because we were getting feedback that, we were going to get 4-story or more, maybe even more 4.5-story buildings in a 40-foot zone requirement. So we added the 3 stories because the intention had always been that we would not permit taller than 3-story buildings, but we felt it was appropriate to be concerned that by going just to 40 feet that we could end up with something taller than that. So that's just an example of where we ended up with some of the standards had to do with the feedback we were getting from the community.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brady?
regarding that feedback, Director Keen, so that concern about building height in the R1C is obviously throughout our written testimony that we received. Can you talk to us about how the staff handled the transition from the concern, I'm in a single family home in an R1C neighborhood, it's single story, and now I'm looking at maybe something nearby that's going to be uncomfortable?
Well, the specific way that we address it in this code is through this transition, in cases where you're next to a single story building, that where you're building a 3-story building, for instance, that it has to step back from that building, which has been a technique that has worked in Boise. We've had other cases where that's been deployed and included that in this ordinance as a way of addressing that.
Since we have a lull, I've got another question.
Yeah, go for it.
And I'm trying to stay out of the weeds, but so this question again regarding a big picture and the encouragement of density, especially along the corridors and how it relates to parking. So I'm stepping back from neighborhood transition. So we're bouncing around. So maybe we should rethink our approach to this.
No, it's good. You're good.
So can you talk about how staff is thinking about transit, chicken and egg? The automobile is going to be with us.
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to get on a bicycle. People are uncomfortable. They got to go to the grocery store and all the reasons we know. So how the code is handling that concern, which is also littered throughout our written testimony.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And one this is such an important question for Boise in general. And it came up at most of the public discussion that we had about this new code, but it relates to the code and it relates to Blueprint Boise in a way. I mean, it's about how we plan the city and then how our ordinances are related to that planning and what our expectations are for the city and how it grows. Imagine the city in 1966 when this current ordinance was created. We didn't have all these highways everywhere. We basically created the highway system that we have to support the development pattern that we built. And so we know that now that, and this is again, a lesson from many places, that the most important thing we do as a city, as it relates to better bus service, any investment we make in transit, and also the investment we make in sidewalks so people can walk, or the pathways that we build in the city. Any investment that we make in those things will be for naught if we don't first have a development pattern that is supportive of that transportation type. So what I would say is this ordinance is essential to us building a better set of choices for people in Boise as it relates to how they get around, including bus service. We don't spread across the landscape and then try to build a bus system to serve it. It doesn't work, ever. We must build a city that is conducive to people walking and riding bikes and things like this, and then we can build that transportation system to support it. This is as clear a lesson as we've gotten in this country over the past 50, 60 years, because every place that sprawled across the landscape and then came in decades later to try to build a transit system is failing when it comes to that. We in Boise, if we can build a city around something other than driving, which is our chance right now, then we have a chance to have a really good transit system. That's the most important piece. You could argue it's more important than the funding, because as much funding as we might get, if we don't put ourselves on the land in a way that is supportive of that investment, then it's not going to be successful. So I just think this code, and I can't understate, and you saw it in Blueprint Boise as it relates to the transportation recommendations. I don't have that slide in front of me, but the Blueprint Boise recommendation was that we have to build for transportation choices. And this code is now the specificity around how do you do that? Well, here it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Danley, hang on. Commissioner Blanchard stepped away for 1 second. Do we need to pause for a minute, or can we continue? Staff, we just take a quick break.
I believe we can continue. We have quorum.
Okay, great. Okay, Commissioner Danley, please.
Okay. Tim, I just want to give you an opportunity to address, I guess, a question, comment that was raised repeatedly throughout our packets, multiple packets, and I'm certain we'll hear it again. And that is that the dimensions, the proposed dimensions and lot splits being different than what they have been historically, that certain elements or certain parts rather of the city of Boise would see more change than others. And I'm wondering if you could address some of those particular concerns.
Well, I think does this relate directly to the R1C, for instance? I think it
Mostly.
does. And so one thing about the R1C, of course, is that it is the largest of our neighborhood zones at about 25%, I think, of the city, and much higher percentage of our R1 zones. The R1C also, as it relates to affecting one part of the city different than another, is that the R1C is in most parts of our city one way or another. It's geographically dispersed, R1C. But then the other thing about the R1C, of course, is that it tends to be older neighborhoods in many cases, and it tends to be neighborhoods that are slightly more dense than the other R1 districts that we have. So we have R1C, R1B, and R1A. And with the R1A being the smallest area of the city, but the largest lots at 20,000 square feet. And then you go to R1B, which is the suburban, and then the traditional, which is the R1C. So we're speaking mostly about the R1C here. And again, the changes that we're proposing, we felt, given the geographic distribution of R1C, but then also the more compact nature of R1C. I mean, it is more compact, tends to have a greater diversity of housing types. We did feel like in that district, it would be helpful to, through this code, find ways to make that diversity of housing, which includes smaller lot size. We've gone to a smaller lot size in R1C. That's what's being recommended. And then also the other changes related to design and development requirements, making those more conducive to a greater diversity of house types within that particular zone, because it is more compact and it frequently has those mix of housing types that we should seek to, in this code, create dimensional standards that that enable more of what that neighborhood has traditionally had. And recognizing, of course, that it is change. So, it results in change. We had a meeting with the East End Neighborhood Association last week, I guess it was, and talked a lot about this. And it's important discussion. We want to be careful about allowing that greater diversity, but doing it in a way that is reflective of those neighborhoods. And we feel like we got there with this proposal, but we think it's an appropriate thing to continue to discuss.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
got a question back on process. Is one of the great concerns in the written testimony was the lack of neighborhood notification, public feedback in type 1 and 2s. Is there room to, you kind of mentioned some type 2s maybe going into type 3 and having a public process for maybe applications that are allowed use out loud form, but as kind of a transition point. So could you talk about how the staff felt about, is it a staffing resource issue that doesn't allow us to be a little bit more open with the process or not?
No, there's not a staffing issue associated with anything that's recommended from a process standpoint. Again, the reason we're proposing what we're proposing in terms of these types is that we wanted to make the things that we feel we want. If what we feel we want is represented in Blueprint Boise and want and need, that we seek to through this approach and these types, we make those things simpler to accomplish. That's an important action, we think, for the city. The only change we really made, we didn't make any changes to the type 2 versus 3 as it relates to allowed use, allowed form. We did, however, allow for an appeal of the type 2s. So originally in our proposal, we did not have an appeal mechanism for type 2s. We added that appeal. Now that appeal goes to the hearings examiner. So that's another important aspect of the process part of this ordinance, where the city of Boise used to have a hearing examiner and got rid of it years ago. And other cities do have hearing examiners. We're proposing to bring that back. And the appeal that we added to type 2s was to the hearing examiner. So that was the only change that we made. It's the only change we're recommending.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
So I had a question about, in our public comment, the Veteran Park Neighborhood Association brought up the question as to why the draft code doesn't incorporate a zoning designation for permanent park space. And I'm wondering if you could go into that a little bit.
Well, where we ended up with our, what are those, they're A1 and A2. A1 and A2 are open land, or is that the name? Open space or districts. And where we ended up in this code is to leave those as they are. So we did not make any changes to the designations for open land or open space. And in part because there's been a whole separate discussion going on. City Council made a decision regarding enacting an ordinance related to open space, and that ordinance was adopted by City Council a few months ago. So in the context of all that discussion that was going on separately, publicly, and council action on it, we decided to leave the open space districts as they are and not change anything associated with them. So any place that was zoned A1 or A2 was left as it is. That actually even includes a place like the ITD property on State Street, which is zoned one of those A zones, and we left it as it is and said, in any case where you have an A designation, in order to change that, there's going to have to be a rezoning process, which, as you know, would go to this commission and then to City Council.
Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner
Okay,
Finfrock.
so
for that zoning, then if it's an ordinance, can you actually, first of all, go into the details of the ordinance? You said it still would have to go. It's just like any other process where it would come before us and then go on to city council, but it could be changed. So I think what the concern is right now is that we have areas of Boise that are still, being developed, and we don't have that park space necessarily designated. And so the concern is that if we have a developer or anybody else who comes in and develops that space or wants to build on it, we lose our park space. So to buy into the increased density, I think we have to somehow make sure that the space we have designated for parks stay that way, so that we have a place to, that we can go to, and the community can, like we've emphasized here, the community can meet. So I think that's a big concern, for instance, for some outlier areas of, outside of the north end, or some of the areas that have more park space.
Well, two things about that. One is, as I said, the discussion that's been going on in the ordinance that City Council adopted relative to open spaces in the city, which was very recent. And then the second is that City Council has also been going through the process of taking action, and James could tell us for sure. I don't remember what the exact action was around park spaces in the city to protect those park spaces through a deed restriction. Yeah, through a deed restriction. That's what it was. So City Council, over a period of a few months, went through and very deliberately placed a deed restriction on any park in the city to limit its use to park space. So we've got multiple things happening in the city related to open spaces and protecting those. So in this ordinance, as I said, we decided to leave those A districts as they are because protection efforts around parks have been going through council for months, and council has been deliberating on it for months, and we didn't want to get into the middle of that, number one. Number two, the other thing I would say that it's so important to this community relative to open spaces is that we have an ordinance that doesn't require that we spill into the landscape around us. If that happens, then we will really have failed. And much of this ordinance effort is around ensuring that this relationship between the city and nature is maintained. And this decision by the city, I would argue, with regard to this new ordinance, is a dramatic step in that direction.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
I had one more question about the notification process. So I read somewhere about a project tracker, and I was just wondering if you could go into details. Like now, I think what it is you can go in and maybe register your address or something, and then it gives you notification if any new projects come through. Or can you maybe go into a little bit more detail about that too?
Yes, we've been talking about this since last fall, and the development of this community development tracker, which I think is live. Actually, you can view this now on the city's website. And the point of the development tracker was to give residents of the city much more visibility into the development process, not just through the clunky Acela system that we have that has to do with building permits and so forth, but through a much more accessible conduit, which is the community development tracker. So you can click on any property, or it will be identified where you've got properties in the city where there's an ongoing entitlement or development. And when we launch the ordinance, you'll have the ability to go in and seek to sign up for notices, in your neighborhood, for instance, of any development that pops up within the neighborhood. So anyway, this is an important tool that we developed to give people more visibility in general into what's going on in their neighborhood. And it's been developed in conjunction with this new zoning code to give people visibility, and will be aligned directly with the new code and the new districts and the new types and all that we're recommending in the ordinance.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Moore?
I've got a fair amount of dimensional related questions.
Let's
and
do it.
I would like to get into the weeds a little bit, if that's okay.
I think that's great.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
If staff's up for it.
So looking at the kind of this table of dimensions on page 196 and 197, comparing, and I'll start with some of the setbacks and then make my way down to the heights. But looking at the setbacks, I think the first one that really strikes me is some of the parking setbacks. And really looking at some of those MX zones. So the parking setbacks on, for example, the front and street side setback in the MX1 zone is 20 feet, and then it jumps up for the remaining MX zones except for MXH to 10 feet. Can you kind of go through, and I'm guessing that it's related to the kind of uses that are anticipated there, but can you kind of go through, I guess, the reasoning behind that big jump in those zones and kind of some of the detail about the parking setbacks between the residential and then that?
Commissioner Jennifer, what page was that
196 and 197?
in the draft code?
Yes.
Thank you.
The general approach to parking setbacks.
If you'll give us just 1 second, we're going to go to actually those pages and hopefully we can kind of walk you through each one of those.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moore, we do have that on the overhead. And if you could kind of walk us through, you had questions specific to parking setbacks. So we have that up.
Sure. So and this is the best example. So I'm looking at the MX1 zone, that front setback, that's a 20-foot parking setback, but in the MX2 and 3, that jumps up a little bit, while that interior side, rear side, that remains the same, as well as the front building setbacks are all the same. And the question, I guess, is, the reasoning for that 20-foot setback in the one zone as opposed to the uniformly applied and elsewhere.
Perfect. So if you look at the MX1 parking setback, it does require the 20 feet from the property line. MX1 is our mixed use neighborhood zone. And so we want to create those really walkable environments. And so you might see that, yes, the building is going to frame the public right of way in the same location, but we want that parking to be set back just a little bit more to make people feel comfortable, convenient, and really encourage them for that walkable, bikeable environment.
Mr. Chair. And that makes total sense why it would be pushed up against I-84. So I 100% follow there. The other questions are really related to the building heights. And I know that some of that was answered a little, or was touched on a little bit earlier, related to anticipated uses. But looking at kind of this zoning conversion map and comparing it to some of the building heights anticipated, it jumps from, what is it? It's 50 feet maximum in the R3 zone, whereas that MX1 zone, I think the height is 45 in MX1 and MX2, and then it jumps to 70 in 3 and 4. So it kind of seems to go down a little bit and then go back up a little bit. And just the reasoning for some of that, because it does seem like that R3 is acting as a sort of buffer between some of these zones that are actually a little bit shorter.
Commissioner Moore, that's an excellent question. With building height, we've had a number of questions, and I think I'll start with what's changed with building height. And so we are actually measuring building height a little bit differently with the new code. So previously, what was happening is that we would measure to the top of a building if it was a flat roof structure, or we would measure to the midline of the roof if it was a sloped roof. And it got very confusing. People couldn't decide, are you measuring from grade? Are you measuring from foundation cap? There was a multitude of different questions. And so we have always had a question surrounding that. So we thought the most important thing to do was to actually clarify that. So now we will measure building height the same for each zone. And so it will always be from grade to the highest point of the building. There are some exceptions that can certainly exceed that. So if you have an elevator shaft or something to that nature that's not increasing your buildable area, you can encroach into that building height setback. Then we also took a look at what are the building heights that we want? What's the optimal building height of what we're looking for? When we look at the mixed use neighborhood zones, those are really those walkable, convenient locations that we want people to feel really comfortable. And we want that building to frame the street in that ideal way to really support that. So that's really going to support a 3 to 4 story building. When we look at some of those 70-foot height limits, that's what we're really seeing in a lot of our multifamily zones. So that you're going to see that with a podium parking with 4 structures on top of that. We've heard time and time again that really, in that case, that's the optimal building form. So we want to make sure that we're accommodating for that and really placing it in the locations where they're most important. So placing our density, placing our people and all of those uses that are so sought after, we want those to be on our major corridors along those areas. And so that's why you're going to see the fluctuation in height here. Also, when we look kind of at those residential zones, we also heard very distinctly that every residential zone should have a character of its own. And so we wanted to make sure that, that we stepped up. So if you are in the heart of a neighborhood and have a lower density residential zone, that as you moved closer to those corridors, you would actually build height and transition into those really optimal building forms that we're looking for. Earlier we also heard, hey, why did you come to some of those density calculations that you have, particularly in those residential zones? And if we say we want to follow Blueprint Boise, if you take a look at a lot of those land use designations, it gives us a density range for each one of those. And so that's why you're going to see some of those densities that are attached. So when we look at those neighborhood densities or those neighborhood designations, we have large lot, we have suburban, we have the compact or the high density. And each one of those has a density range. And so we've really tried to follow that as our structure and really achieve those goals that are put forth in that Blueprint Boise document.
Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner Moore.
And just, I guess, a little bit of follow-up on some of those. I'm noticing, there's a little bit of disparity between the 4-story and R2, the 4-story not to exceed 45 feet, and then R3, the 4-story not to exceed 50 feet. And I think there's some public comment about how that all it's really doing is allowing greater floor-to-floor heights. But I guess, can you kind of walk through what the reasoning for that? It's so minor, but just that couple of feet, what is that doing besides just that step up?
Well, we have looked at height, and the ultimate goal is to really not stifle development and not to stifle creativity or innovation. And we don't want every building to look the same. We don't want the same box to be established throughout the city. And so by increasing that height, we do have that ability to vary those types of things. So when we talk about, you can go 4 stories, but no greater than the 45 feet in height, we're pretty confident that in today's economy, you're not paying for the additional lumber. You're not going to pay for the additional heating costs to increase those floor plates any more than what you need to make it livable, optimal, and usable for your tenant or your resident.
Gotcha. Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So on the note of four stories, there's some spaces that are 4-story minimums. Is there any minimum to that 4th story, like a cupola or something like that? That doesn't count as a 4th story, does it?
Well, when we talk about the allowed use, allowed form, we did talk about, how much of that building does need to be that 4th story and really establishing where that guideline is. We think that 4 stories needs to be along those roadways, really framing those, creating that urban setting. And then, again, giving us some innovation and not stifling creativity, you might be able to decrease that down, because we also have those neighborhood transition setbacks that we've talked about a little bit earlier that are going to be a key component. So really identifying where is that line. And I think we landed on the 50%. Gotcha. So it's not in
50%.
our code. So that would be a policy question. Or if you felt, that we should clarify that.
That's all I've got for now. I've got some other questions, but not dimension related.
Andrea,
Just
actually, before you
one
go.
clarification on that,
go ahead,
it
Tim.
was that the only place where we have the 4-story minimum relates to the allowed use allowed form. There's no district that requires that. I mean, it's only related to the approval process. Yeah.
And then I guess, Tim, to follow up, one thing that caught my eye in the MX1 zone was the surface parking. I think the statement was that surface parking may be located, no surface parking spaces may be located between the building and any street adjacent to the property. So I was thinking through, if you had a corner lot, right? In that case, then you will have no parking between the building and either street as this code is written. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Danley.
just a quick question. All these height numbers are mostly rounded numbers and 5s and 10s, except for one. And I gotta know, it's 78. So it's the MXH. Where did that come from?
The reason for that is because that's the height within the hospital districts. And that had been established previously. It's in the current ordinance. It's not called MXH in the current ordinance. It's a different nomenclature, but that's where the 78 was.
Good catch.
Should have known the other answer.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
since we're jumping around back to procedure, Director Tim, can you talk about the difference between a hearing examiner hearing and a hearing before this body and what you think the strengths and weaknesses like?
Yeah.
And why are we doing that? Not that I mind, but I'm just quite curious.
Well, the difference is that the hearing examiner hearing is you're pulling up a slide here. Thank you. Related to the hearing examiner as to what that is exactly. And the difference though, I think the fundamental difference is that the hearings examiner hearing is more like a judicial proceedings in the sense that the hearing examiner, of course, would take testimony from anyone that would like to give it, but then is basing their decision upon the code itself. And so it's more in the nature of a judicial hearing versus a public hearing that you all convene, which often has a relationship, of course, to the ordinance, but the parameters around that discussion and what is presented as relevant in terms of that hearing is much wider. You know, it's a just conversation about what do you think versus the content of the code itself, which is what the hearings examiner hearing would stick to. So, and you all know these things. I mean, this is not uncommon, but and we felt like it was important to reconstitute the hearings examiner just as part of an overall kind of comprehensive effort to improve procedure throughout our processes. You know, like there's some things that would be better to be dealt with in that kind of more judicial setting and versus getting into longer appeal processes that require a lot of time of everybody and are much less predictable. So, but again, only in the context of, you know, what are we trying to do with this code? You know, it's not like we're taking the existing regulations we have, which require so many variances and all these planned unit developments and saying, hey, let's insert a hearing examiner into this condition we have. What we're saying is in the context of these new rules, which are intended to be much more aligned with what the community is seeking, let's add the hearing examiner to this. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, any kind of a permit where the findings are subjective, like some of our findings is in the general interest of the city or would not place an undue burden on transportation or doesn't adversely impact adjacent property owners. All those very sort of subjective decisions that we have to wrestle with all the time, all those permits would not go through the hearing examiner because he's just going to look at those things that are very specific. Is that fair to characterize it?
I think so. I mean, within this new ordinance, again, back to this thing of we're not proposing an ordinance that would create all these custom zoning districts through
Right.
things like plan unit developments. We're proposing standards that would apply across the city. So where we're having hearings before planning and zoning and city council around more general thoughts about development has to do with where are you not in alignment with this ordinance, or where are you proposing changes to the ordinance or the comp plan that were not contemplated in this new ordinance. Those are the things that would come to you and the city council, not the day-to-day activity of working through, is someone meeting the requirements of this code?
So Mr. Chairman, so I guess in, thinking about it in more detail, I do see that the hearing examiner is looking at variances. And sometimes variances, so I guess I'll try and state this as a question, not a statement, but gosh, variances can be very tricky and tough and subjective and are kind of, one-off and highly situational. And I will frankly tell you that this body and in general, variances aren't dealt with absolutely uniformly across the city because each particular is so different. So I'm wondering how what you just said fits into the fact that the hearing examiner is going to get the variances.
Well, I mean, as you know, with variances, for instance, you have to meet the 4 tests of a variance. And like you said, there's a lot of latitude. I mean, there's some latitude in how you interpret those 4 tests as it relates to any individual variance case. But, it is often the case, it is typically the case then in a city or a town, any municipality, that as it relates to variances, you have a quasi-judicial process outside of the planning and zoning and city council process, which is more, call it political, than a quasi-judicial process. It is frequently the case that variances in cities and towns are handled in that more kind of administrative fashion. This is not unusual. Call it a hearings examiner, call it some kind of appeal body. But that is, so while there is some room in there with those, for instance, in a variance case, which is not all that we're talking about here. The hearing examiner is not just hearing variances. As a matter of fact, we're expecting that they'll hear very few variances. The cases that the hearings examiner would most hear would be appeals of approvals that we're giving, for instance, or that's probably the biggest workload is for type 2s, for instance, where we're getting appeals, whether it's from the applicant or someone else. That's probably the most significant volume of work for the hearing examiner. And so to be able to have that work focused on what are these brand new requirements that you've created in the city around what you want built, let's focus on that and have those decisions based on that, versus essentially relitigating the zoning ordinance every time someone proposes to do something and coming back to this body and city council. That would be, in my opinion, that would be a shame that we keep going through this after we spent years creating a set of rules around a deliberate way for the city to grow in a way that it addresses these big goals.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please, Mo.
I'm just going to suggest, since this is a legislative hearing, that we get a lot of variances out of all over the city, the north end, the east end, west end, all over. And I don't think this code, as I've read it, is going to cut down. It might, but it's, my neighbor built a garden on my property and now he wants to put a greenhouse over it. I mean, it's all that stuff, right? So we're still going to get a lot of variance requests coming through the system, is my general thinking. And they're tough. Like they're surprisingly hard. Sometimes we spend an hour on some guy's, tool shed.
Yep. Regularly.
I'll just leave that out there for you.
Yeah. It's on that the rest of the week.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on one second, Commissioner Mooney. We are about 5 minutes to 6. We are planning on a dinner break at 6. So just to remind everybody of that. I think we probably can continue with questions after dinner if that's where we're at. If you also have some more questions for staff, I think that's absolutely fine. Is that where we're at? We still have some questions we'd like to ask staff? Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll do one more with Commissioner Mooney and then we'll break for dinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So another process question. So since we know we have made some mistakes in the past. For example, the Blueprint Boise was published in 2011 and we didn't accomplish the action plan. So how do we as a city hold our feet to the fire going forward? Since we know that if city council enacts this and it becomes law and codified, that we will have made mistakes. How do we hold our feet to the fire and come back and fix those?
Yeah.
Do we have the staff resources to do that?
Very important point. And we think this is a critical aspect of this, which is, again, it's not typical that a city creates a whole new set of rules around development. And these rules relate to very small things. They relate to very big things that, as you say, there are going to be things that we want to do differently. We've made a great effort in, we think, preparing a set of regulations that are very commensurate with where we want the city to go, but there's going to be details that we're going to want to keep working on. So we think it's very important that we come back no later than 12 months after adoption of this ordinance with a complete report on how it's going and recommendations for fine tuning. You have to think about this. It's once the first time in 60 years. And we as a community, I would argue, have to become experts in this kind of growth, right? Growing within ourselves, using the existing resources and infrastructure and services that we have. We became experts in sprawling across the landscape. We're great at it now. We weren't great at it in 1966. We became experts in it. Right now, we'll have to become experts in a different kind of smaller scale, in some cases at the neighborhood level, but larger scale stuff on our corridors. We're going to have to become experts in it. And that's everybody. That's people that build, that is neighborhoods, that is the city. And so we think this is going to be a frequent report out and continued fine tuning as we move forward, and have been discussing ourselves, what's the report that we're going to do in 12 months if this is adopted? Because we know we're going to see things in that time, having worked with it for a year, that we'd like to come back and discuss as amendments.
Okay. Good there? Okay. All right. Thanks, John. All right. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, staff. We're going to take a 30-minute dinner break. And so we'll be back at 6:30. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I think most everybody's with us. So Crystal, I think we still had a few more questions for staff. Let me just pick up where we left off there. And I'll open it up here to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So I guess I'll start. This is for staff. One of the items that I kind of noticed was missing from the ordinance was tiny houses. And I know there's a little bit of study going on right now with tiny houses, but I was hoping that you could kind of speak on maybe the process of, is the city thinking about integrating those, or what's the thinking on those?
Well, you're Commissioner, you are correct that the city has a tiny house initiative going on right now that is not part of the zoning ordinance, although the what they learn from that will be helpful in terms of the zoning ordinance and all of our development regulations and processes. But a couple of things I would say about this ordinance, though, that relates to smaller residential structures. One is, of course, it does have the accessory dwelling unit component to it. A couple of adjustments to those requirements are in this code. And then the other thing is that there are aspects of this ordinance that deal with individual dwellings, but of a greater variety of types. So, while it doesn't speak directly to a tiny house, it does address issues in our R1 districts related to where you can do multiple units on a lot. So one would imagine that smaller residential dwellings, some could call them tiny houses, could be an aspect of that. Now, if you're speaking of like mobile tiny houses, it doesn't get into that at all. But also what we've called strategic infill, but one of the incentives related to housing as it relates to certain conditions when you're on a corridor, arterial, vacant lot, or you reuse the existing structure, where you get additional units, that would certainly lend itself to arrangements of dwellings where modest houses would be integral to that. But so there are aspects of it that kind of touch on much more modestly sized residential structures, but you are correct that there isn't anything in here that relates to like mobile tiny houses and these kinds of things. And I think any effort related to that one aspect of that could be that it would be helpful to take what the city learns from its pilot initiative. And if it's determined that some amendment to the ordinance is needed based on that, then so be it. But I do think there's a lot in here that relates to these more modestly sized houses.
Perfect. I don't have anything related to tiny houses. I did have a couple other questions, but it's just bouncing around.
You're bouncing around. Okay. Maybe I'll jump in here then too. Tim, could you talk a little about the ADU and how that has changed with this code update?
I think we have a slide on this one as well that Deanna can pull up, but there are changes here. The ones that have gotten the most conversation are, number one, that an ADU currently is limited to 700 square feet. And in this ordinance, we're proposing that it be 900 square feet. In addition, they're included in this code as a provision that in the case of having an accessory dwelling unit, that where currently it's required that the owner live on the property, that we allow for the owner to not live on the property if one of the units, the primary structure or the ADU, is affordable at a designated income level. And what is that income level? Is it 60% of area median income? For your information separately, we do have a slide, I know, that relates to what 60% of AMI means from an income standpoint and what that means in terms of rent. But those are the two changes to the ADU requirements.
Good. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Director Keen, I had a question about the ADU as well. I'm sure it probably is best practice that, or across the country, what we find mostly is that the main residence is owner occupied and that ADUs, and that most of the code generally follows that the main residence needs to be owner occupied. My question there is that, is there any instance of people just getting around that? I mean, it seems to me like, we see so many times that there's homes are owned by trusts or LLCs. I mean, there's a lot of ways to get around this. Is there any evidence that people are doing that?
Well, there is, because, we get code compliance requests around this question, as you know, and anyone might suspect there is a fair number of cases where there's concern about accessory dwellings and the circumstances around them. So this is something that the city does have experience with, and therefore one would believe it is a problem at times, and we do get concerns about it.
And Tim, on that note too, with the owner occupied, the standard ADU, right? It's owner occupied with the owner occupied requirement. There was some public comment in our packets about that requirement being deed restricted. And if the city considered that sunsetting at some point after, 25 years, for example, right after the structure is built. Can you speak to that at all?
As it relates to the affordability aspect of it?
The requirement that if it's not the affordable, it's the owner occupied option. So the base option, right? That
Oh,
one of
okay,
the units is,
gotcha.
yeah.
No, there isn't a sunset to it.
No, I know there's not. Did the city consider that?
No, that wasn't a discussion that we had about, because the idea is under the current code or the base option that the owner occupied requirement would be in perpetuity. You know,
Okay.
that would have to be the case at any time in order for you to be eligible for the ADU, unless, you know, it meets that affordability requirement.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore?
yes, on the topic of ADUs. So I see the square footage has been increased to 900 square feet and 2 bedroom is the max. Is one bathroom still the max or is that not the requirements?
The number of bathrooms is not regulated
Okay.
in this code.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Who,
Yeah,
I meet you, Chris?
You do your homework, Commissioner Danley. Commissioner Mooney.
Director King, could you talk to the staff's thoughts on the clean energy pieces of the code and incentives and how all that is big picture wise?
Sure, and we probably have a slide on that as well that we can pull up. But in discussions around the incentives that we have, we did like the idea of organizing the ordinance around these incentives so that we have cases where, in order to get additional units, dwelling units, you have to meet these requirements, and those include the affordability requirements, but also, and I'm speaking to what you're, but also some requirements around energy and water. And so as drafted, the ordinance says that you, in order to get the additional units, you have to meet both the affordability requirements and the sustainability requirements. So we work with our Public Works Department on what those requirements should be. Obviously, they're experts in these issues as great a resource as exists really in cities. And so they came up with these requirements that are included in the ordinance, which include that the unit has to be all electric. Were you speaking to the energy aspects of it specifically? I'm sorry.
No,
Or
that-
just
that's,
in general, yeah.
yeah, well, I was speaking to the energy aspects and kind of the follow on to that is obviously there's opposition to that from Intermountain Gas and other providers, and how's the city approaching that?
Yeah, well, we do require that those, in order to meet the sustainability standard, that the unit be all electric. Also that the unit consume 15% less energy or meet building code or green building code requirements, and that the unit consume 15% less water. So we feel like it's appropriate in this ordinance to add requirements in cases where you're getting an incentive, and understand the concern that we've heard with some about this, but in these cases, we don't have the base requirement that units in the city be all electric. It's only in these cases where through the incentive, you're getting additional dwelling units that we require it. So we felt very comfortable with that in terms of that concern, because it isn't a base requirement in the city. And in the city, you can choose what you please. It's just if you decide as an option to take advantage of this incentive, then we felt it was appropriate to include these additional requirements.
Okay, Commissioner Danley, you're up.
Okay, Tim, we had a lot of comments about the review process, the timing of review. And in some instances, people being general, saying that we don't have enough time. In other instances, specific claims to this 180-day federal requirement and so forth. I'm wondering if you can talk to that. How does staff feel about those claims?
The time in terms of time to deliberate on this ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. Well, and I saw those as well. The first thing is, of course, this isn't a development review around a specific development. It's a set of policies that the city will or will not adopt. So I think that some of the reference to, for instance, federal standards around public notice had to do with cases where you have a specific, and not that those pertain to us, but in those cases that they pertain to an individual development proposal. In this case, you're talking about a policy decision of the city, number one. Number two, I would suggest that we have had much more than 180 days to consider what's being presented to you tonight. When you think about it, as we've gone through this process, through these phases, modules, there've been versions of this ordinance to review at each step. Now, it certainly changed. I mean, when we got to modules 1 and 2 and revisited those last summer, that was a change. But in association with that, we also released an ordinance that reflected those changes. Then when we got to September of last year, we released an ordinance that included all phases of this proposal. It wasn't exactly as you have before you tonight, but much of the substance of what we're now considering was included in draft ordinances along the way in this process, including in September of last year, which included the entire ordinance. So yes, when it was released in February, that did include changes that weren't in the version that was released in September. But this was not starting from scratch. This was, let's go through a long public process, talk about the implications of all of these ordinances, whether it relates to parking or the R1 districts. That's why we made big changes last summer based on feedback that we were getting from the ordinances that had previously been introduced. So I think that what we would say to that is that this has been a very intentionally inclusive process that's included versions of this ordinance all along the way. And then up until this official public hearing process, we have followed every rule that we are required to follow as it relates to public notice, release of information, all of that. So even after that long process of various reviews, once we got down to this process, which is the Planning Commission and City Council's official hearings and deliberation on the ordinances, we have since then followed every rule in terms of that process and will continue to.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Danley.
I'm wondering if I could ask a few questions, and I'm just going to couch them as circulation, transportation kind of based questions. In our code, we have the existing and proposed the gateway streets. I know our comprehensive plan has a handful of them listed. We have a few more with respect to cell phone lattice tower treatment, but also lighting and that sort of thing. I'm wondering if there was any discussion on additional gateway treatments and identification of additional streets beyond this list. And the reason I ask is it tends to Capitol Vista, and then we have a whole bunch of the west part of our city that is not included in here. So I'm wondering where that conversation was.
Commissioner Danley, you are correct. In the gateway streets are identified in our comp plan. So through the zoning code rewrite, we really tried to follow what the comprehensive plan had identified. So we know that in the future, we will update the comprehensive plan periodically, as each city does. At that time, we may expand what those gateway streets actually are. In those case, the standards that you're referring to, which might apply to streetscape standards, it might apply to where wireless facilities would be located, then those would be applicable at that time. But at this point, we did believe that the zoning code was actually separate from the comp plan. So any comp plan amendments that you're seeing as part of this application are simply to ensure they're not any substantive changes. They're just to make sure that we have consistency throughout those two documents.
Okay. If I can.
Yeah, please.
So, and of course, I thought I had it. There's TDM strategies in here with respect to parking reductions. I'm going to just again the circulation discussion, but I can't find it where I'm, of course, when I need it, but you know where it is. So we have a list of travel demand management strategies that outline to the applicant. If they embark on any of these, then a parking reduction can be further had. My question is, how are those maintained? How do we ensure that the applicant is following those agreed upon TDM strategies, whichever ones that they choose?
When we evaluate those, ultimately through their approval process, we can certainly insert that they do an annual review or a 5-year review. And so that really gives us the option on how long we are evaluating that over a period of time. But also, those parking reductions are approved based on them continuing those. So if for some reason they were not able to continue those, they would either have to seek a new parking reduction, meeting different findings or different avenues to achieve that parking reduction, or they're having to continue to show that they have achieved those goals that they promised to do.
Okay. That's it for now.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I think on the kind of circulation thought, kind of consistently throughout code, I think there's a lot of references to Americans with Accessibility Act, and a lot of it's memorialized very specifically. And while that doesn't change often, obviously it's a code that is subject to being updated. Is there reasoning behind including that specifically as opposed to as part of, like a building code standard or something like that as part of the building process or the separate permitting process?
Well, we're required to have it though in both the zoning ordinance and the building code. So yeah, that's a requirement that we have to include in both ordinances.
Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
So say something like part of the, I guess, specifically the projection into the path of egress or path of walking is one, or path of travel is one that's peppered pretty consistently throughout. Say for some reason that's updated, that would have to be updated in every location throughout. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here's my thinking here, team. Great questions. Staff, great job answering questions. We've had a bunch of neighborhood association representatives waiting patiently here for us this evening. So I think we're going to move on to those folks. When we get through all their presentations, we are going to have some time for some Q&A afterwards. So I think if we have any more outstanding questions, we can pick them up at that time. Does that sound good? Okay, perfect. All right, thanks again, staff. Okay, so neighborhood associations, we have the full list for the city here. It looks like we have about 11 or 12 folks that signed up. We'll run through that list alphabetically. Every neighborhood association is going to get 5 minutes to present. Again, once all of the neighborhood associations have presented, we'll open up to questions by us to any of the neighborhood associations. So if you can do your presentation, give us your 5 minutes, sit back down, then we may have questions for you afterwards, but you want to hang around. We'd appreciate that.
Commissioner
Well,
Schaefer.
Yeah.
We might want to check in online to see if there's anybody else.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for the folks online, if you're representing a neighborhood association this evening, we will move to you folks after we do the in-person folks here. So we will get to you shortly. Again, we're going to go alphabetically here, starting with Barber Valley. So I have Rob Stark signed up for Barber Valley. After Mr. Stark, we'll have Boise Heights, which I have Jeff Faraday and Kay Hummel signed up. And then after Boise Heights, we'll have the Centennial Neighborhood Association, which I have as president, but I don't have any names down. Okay. So, Mr. Stark, you want to start us off here? Please start with your name and address. Oh, microphone's not on. Sorry.
Rob Stark, Vice President, Barber Valley Neighborhood Association, 6865 East Warm Springs, Chairman, Commissioners. Hope you're all well rested. While the majority of the Barber Valley will not be affected by the rewrite due to being covered by the specific plans, BV&A agrees that the zoning code is long overdue for an update. In the last 60 years, best practices and community needs and lifestyles have changed significantly. In our board's discussions, there were issues that some of us felt strongly about, such as reduction of required parking or naturally occurring affordable housing being replaced by higher density upscale projects. But in the end, our board decided to focus on administrative aspects. We're sure you're going to hear plenty about the other issues from other NAs and the public. One of our concerns is to codify that if direction is given to an applicant by the city, especially by P&Z or council, that those directions or expectations carry the same weight as a condition of approval and are followed up on by city staff long before the final plat hearing. The final plat stage is too late of a deadline as construction often commences before the final map hearing. Our neighborhood has been negatively impacted in the past because no one from the city followed up on council direction until it was too late and the developer had already proceeded too far to comply with the direction. Direction and expectations need to be in the form of written conditions of approval that can be accomplished early in the process before construction commences. BV&A also wants to make sure that the city has adequate resources to revisit, adapt, and evolve the new code when unintended consequences, errors, or better practices arise. Make the process to identify and make amendments easily executed without a huge staff impact, with full transparency to the public, instead of letting the code sit for another 60 years. In BV&A's experience, it practically takes an act of Congress to amend SPO1 as circumstances and best practices change. We would suggest the new code should automatically be reviewed and amended on a regular timetable. Our biggest concerns relate to communications between the city and the NAs and citizens. We are concerned and disappointed that the proposed time for neighborhood associations to speak at public hearings is being reduced. We believe that the NAs should continue to have the same amount of time as the applicant to address P&Z and council. Many applications and issues are complicated and need time to be properly addressed by the neighborhood associations. Boise has a diverse set of neighborhoods, and the neighborhood associations have vital knowledge about those neighborhoods that it's next to impossible for P&Z commissioners and council to always be aware of. In the same vein, we want to make sure that city residents continue to have sufficient time and opportunity to voice their position on applications. We're also deeply concerned about expanding administrative approvals without communication by the city to NAs and the public. There needs to always be outreach to the neighborhood associations and nearby residents for all applications, and pre-application neighborhood meetings should be required for all applications. BV&A has serious concerns about applications getting approved without any neighborhood association or resident input. The real rub is that to appeal an administrative approval, the appellant will be required to pay a fee to file an appeal for something they never had a chance to oppose before approval. please consider waiving appeal fees for the neighborhood associations. Thanks for your time and consideration. We understand this is a very complicated project, and you're going to be hearing a lot of other voices this week. We're thankful for the opportunity to be able to address the community.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have Boise Heights, and then Centennial, and then the Central Foothills with Joni Fauci.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, excuse me, my name is Jeff Faraday. I live at 420 East Crestline Drive in Boise Heights, representing Boise Heights Neighborhood Association today. We are, Kay Hummel will be testifying after me, so I'll just be using a bit of the time, but my point has to do with the obligations of developers under a CUP or planned unit development or similar land use approval, where they have a requirement to build, in the case that I'm focusing on, pathways and pedestrian connections. We are encouraging the city to include in these conditional uses a requirement that the developer construct upfront the required trails and pathways and other bicycle and pedestrian ways that connect residents with open space, with their neighbors, with schools, with other neighborhoods, and with commercial centers. Blueprint Boise, as you know, prioritizes, quote, accessibility of parks, open spaces, and basic services, and specifies that neighborhoods should be pedestrian oriented. Great communities, we believe, maximize options for walking and biking. I applaud the rewrites, repeated focus on the creation of path connections throughout our city. However, our experience so far is that a requirement for pedestrian and bicycle connections may be in a CUP, but often it is not actually provided or built as houses go up. Sometimes it appears that these requirements just sort of fade away, never are actually implemented at all. In our neighborhood's case, an important pedestrian and bike connection is required in a 1999 CUP. Hasn't been built. Quarter century later, and with only one minor unbuilt portion of that project, which has no, as far as we know, has no plans for even construction or let alone build out, has been completed. The Idaho Press on April 21st had this to say about a related situation. Boise Hunter Homes, Dry Creek Ranch's developer, is under no legal obligation to finish the trail system until they are done building out the project. County planning staff also say the developer hasn't wanted to move on a trail until he's ready to build out the far reaches of the planned community, which will take years to finish. The situation described in Avamore involved connections between the Avamore trails and the Dry Creek development. And that the lack of that trail may well have contributed to a teenage cyclist's death recently when he was forced to enter Highway 55 because a trail connection hadn't been built. We could wait another 30 years, I suppose, for that connection. This is not right. Streets and sidewalks are required at the outset before houses can go in. Pathways are far easier to build and provide critical connections to open space and other places people want to go. They can set the tone for the development. We recommend in our written comments that pedestrian access trails be constructed within 6 months after street and sidewalk work begins, putting them in place before homeowners begin purchasing lots. Avamore has done this, I believe, very much to its economic advantage. Our neighborhood is asking that the zoning code contain language to require upfront delivery of these connections. We have provided language to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Kay Hummel, 420 East Crest Line. I asked your forbearance on the 5 minutes because we did send you 7 pages on April 13th. I'm sure you've all read them, but I just want to do a couple highlights, not read them verbatim, because we have a long time experience with neighborhood notifications and the technical requirements in Foothill Building and with the WUI, the Urban Fire Zone, Overlay Zone, and we're glad it's continuing.
Let's keep it quick.
I will be very brief.
Thank
I
you.
want you to also know I served 6 years on the Boise City Foothills Committee in the 90s and later 2 years on the Technical Advisory Committee Standards with Public Works. So what went into our comments has validity, as 7 people worked on this document. And I will sum it up by urging you to adopt what's in here and also note how important the wildland urban overlay zone is. Let's not kid ourselves. Boise is ripe for a Boulder, Colorado, December 30th fire or a Paradise, California one. We are so mindful of this in Boise Heights, where we live between 2 big open spaces. We are a certified FireWise committee, and it is constant work. I also want you to know that our neighbors have personally put out fires before Boise Fire Department personnel could get there. I put one out with our teenage sons in 2007 that threatened our elderly neighbor and might have caught my house on fire. Lastly, I will conclude with the importance of our final 2 pages here on the code enforcement and the lack of teeth in it, especially concerning overgrown grasses and abatement for that. The current code and our 20 plus years of experience are that there's no teeth in the code. We know there's a lot of difference between an abandoned car and code compliance. But we're talking life safety here in the entire WUI. We know 1 person died in the tragic 2005 fire out on Amity Road. And we know half the year with the dry, persistent drought conditions, we are at risk, and so is every resident along the Boise front and off the desert. So we ask you to look carefully at what we've suggested, and we hope you will adopt them in your deliberations on Thursday. Thank you for your service. And also, I want to say that I grew up with Title 11, the 1966 version, because my great uncle and my grandfather wrote most of it. And then my father later chaired the commission. So it's kind of second nature, what I've been hearing, but I've also put in time for my neighborhood. And we thank you very much for your service. And I know my forebears would applaud much of what is proposed. We appreciate the time and the 3 years the staff have put into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Up next, we have the Centennial Neighborhood Association, followed by Central Foothills, and then downtown Boise.
Hi.
Hey there.
I'm Larry Ice. I'm going to be speaking for the Centennial Neighborhood Association of 14048 West Talon Creek Drive. And first of all, I need to recognize the work that everybody's doing here. I know it's a big burden for both the commission and especially the planners been doing this for years. The Centennial Neighborhood Association found much to like in the new modern code, and a couple items we found problematic, and it's some of the items that have been mentioned earlier today. Our basic position is that we think this is a time for the city to set aside the items most of us support and maybe readdress some of the items that are causing the most contention with the public and really look into that and see what we can do about it. The code that is being proposed is going to affect the city for decades, and I think dissenting opinion should be considered. Parking, we've talked about this before. It comes up at all the outreach. The lack of parking affects everyone, but those without other options are impacted the most. We don't want to end up like a city where so many others, where commercial endeavors fail because of lack of parking. Motorists find themselves driving around circles looking for parking spaces. Parking disputes sometimes devolve into violence. We would encourage people to get out of their cars by positive actions and attractive alternatives rather than negative actions. And unrealistic options. The Treasure Valley doesn't have a viable public transportation system now. We understand the chicken and the egg approach, but those moving into housing without parking are going to need a fully viable public transportation system on day one. And viable means throughout the entire Treasure Valley, not just on the transportation corridors. It means it 24/7, all weather, affordable, quick, safe, and sustainable. At what cost and for how long will the taxpayers support an unused, ineffective public transportation system before they begin to trim off the edges by cutting routes, operating hours, and trip frequency? We do not support a subsidized or rent-controlled development in Boise's prime real estate areas, where the city has the opportunity to actually grow the city tax base and reduce taxpayer liability. And those areas aren't things like the transportation corridor. We're talking about prime areas downtown, along the green belt, bordering parks, or foothill access. These are places the residents will and should pay a premium to live next to. We support the form-based code over land-based code. We're happy to see that. We do not support fixed-use deed restrictions. If the project ultimately fails, it might need to be repurposed without trying to change that deed mid-step. We support streamlined approval. We do not support efforts to suppress public comment. There are pieces in the modern code designed to limit public participation. We also note the ongoing practice of reducing time for comments from the neighborhood associations. But we're providing comment that's been curated throughout the neighborhood. It seems like that would be a message that would be time efficient. Public comment provides benefits and encourages the developer to present quality projects, not just bare minimums. Even when a project ticks all the boxes legally, public comment has resulted in voluntary project refinement and improvements that makes it more palatable to neighbors and increases or decreases tensions within the neighborhood. Affordable housing is a worthy goal and it's needed, but that should not be the prominent goal of the zoning code. Following the examples of cities that have failed in this effort only will lead to failure here. We have the unique opportunity to create a code that will encourage affordable housing while also encouraging a vibrant quality development that protects and enhances what we love about Boise. That creates a city for all of us. We ask the city to step back and reevaluate some of those items that seem unpopular with the public.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have Central Foothills, followed by Downtown Boise, which I have Bruce Masterovich, and then the East End Neighborhood Association, Cindy Montoto.
Mr. Chair, a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Are we to hold our questions until the end of everybody's presentations or, okay.
Yeah, that's the plan here.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, commissioners, for hearing these comments. My name is Joni Fossey, 2944 North Hillway Drive, Boise, 83702. I've been following the zoning code rewrite since the beginning. I've attended meetings and commented at each phase. I'm not totally opposed to the rewrite, but I do have some concerns. Ever since I became engaged in Boise development and preservation issues, I've learned a lot, but I still don't understand a lot. I think I've been involved and aware of issues since the late 1980s when Hulls Gulch first started being protected. Since then, I've moved from the North End to the Central Foothills, where I've held several roles in our neighborhood association over the years. I'm speaking tonight as representing the board of the Central Foothills Neighborhood Association. I've done my share of testifying and writing letters, but I still have to scratch my head a lot. Most development proposals are not cut and dry. There always seems to be exceptions and deals made, also known as development agreements. Within this rewrite, this still seems to be the case. It seems part of the intent of the new code is to streamline development options, which would allow proposals to go through with little oversight. We don't agree with this, but we also see the need for streamlining as the city grows. The city can't continue to have hearings on every development. But within this draft code, there are places that mention the variances or waivers, so still nothing will be cut and dry. The developers will continue to have the option to push through whatever they want. We don't know what will or will not be grandfathered in, non-conforming houses, lots, etc. How will an individual or neighborhood association question a project that only goes through the single hearing examiner or fair hearing? Does Blueprint Boise or any neighborhood plan still have any value? There are many areas that are still vague. This rewrite is not finished. And there are issues that have not been addressed well. For instance, anti-displacement language and anti-demolition language. And there are items that should be included. For instance, how much green space a lot is required to maintain. Since Boise wants to maintain recognition as a city of trees and plant X amount of trees in X amount of years. We need more code compliance officers and enforcement to go with it. We in the foothills areas are especially interested in outside lighting and vegetation violations. We also think some of the items need to be adjusted. Affordable housing incentives should be mandated and not just suggested. And affordable housing should not be a number above 100% area median income, but something less than 100%, say 80%. The rules for residential parking should have a minimum requirement of 1 parking spot per bedroom. All apartment buildings going forward should have covered, secured bicycle parking, 1 long-term, as I learned tonight, per bedroom, and electrical vehicle charging stations. All amenities such as trails should be required to be completed at the beginning of the project. Over the years, as I've listened in at the meetings and hearings, I was always appalled at projects that got approved, mainly because the city was afraid of being sued by the developer, because the code allowed the developer or owner the opportunity to build what they were proposing. Even if the planning and zoning commissioners or city council were opposed to a project, they felt forced to approve these projects if code allowed it. Here's our opportunity to change that. There should be mention of several places within this new code that says something to the effect of, a real estate investment is not a guaranteed moneymaker, just like the stock market is not. No developer has the right to develop land and make as much money as possible. The city reserves the right to deny any project. All references to by right within this new code should be removed. There are other things we do like in the draft rewrite. We like the wildfire resistant vegetation requirements for the WUI overlay. We like all the bicycle and pedestrian allowances. We hope for more mass transit. Energy efficiency and water quality and water quantity are also nicely represented. So as I stated at the beginning, we're not opposed to all of the rewrite. We also want to thank the staff for all the outreach and meetings they've had, even through a pandemic. Recently, the news group Boise Dev surveyed neighborhood associations for their comments on this. Hopefully the commissioners have seen the article. We would like to express our support on most of the points made by the Centennial, Hollister, North End, West End, and West Valley Neighborhood Association. And also tonight, Kay Hummel's points about the wildfire WUI risk. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, the board of the Central Foothills Neighborhood Association.
Great, thank you. Okay, up next, we have the Downtown Neighborhood Association, East End Neighborhood Association, and then the North End Neighborhood Association.
My name is Bruce Mostorovich. I live at 450 West Grove Street. I'm going to mostly stay kind of neutral today. We're in the process of kind of rebooting our neighborhood association. I know there's a lot of passionate people here and online. So if anybody sees and wants to get involved, come find me. We got a website, boisedna.org. I am going to push back on something I just heard a moment ago, which is that downtown shouldn't have affordability. Like downtown, I think, is one of the best places to live in the city if you can't afford a car or if you can't drive due to disability. And people in that situation, I think, should have affordable housing too. I think it's very important. not everyone downtown is a millionaire. There's a lot of reasons to live there. There's older buildings. We have a newer development kind of across the street. You can see through the window that has some of those affordable units. I think they're a great addition to the city. Like I said, though, we're rebooting our organization right now. It's kind of challenging with downtown because we do have so many renters that kind of come and go. So a lot of the people that were involved in previous years have stepped away. We'll have some flyers out pretty soon in a meeting in about a month. I'm hoping we can get some statements from there to present to City Council in June. And that's it.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, up next, East End, then North End, and then South Cole.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Cindy Montoto. I live at 718 East McKinley Street here in Boise. I am the vice president of the East End Neighborhood Association and I'm the authorized board representative to speak to you this evening. After I present our board position, I may leave the in-person hearing, but will be available via Zoom for any possible questions. ENA is providing public comment for the benefit of our neighborhood, so East End residents can clearly know our board's position on the zoning code rewrite. During our monthly meeting on March 28th, 2023, the ENA board approved a motion to request additional time and information necessary for reviewing the Boise zoning code rewrite adoption draft. The board appreciates the time and energy necessary to present the draft and lay the groundwork for exceptional progress within our city. However, due to both its substantial length and the significant changes from previous drafts, we have the following requests in accordance with the adopted East End neighborhood plan and the inclusionary nature of its neighborhood planning principle. 1, the additional draft, given the significant changes between the October 2022 and February 2023 drafts, the clear lack of effects, if any, to the city's historic preservational guidelines and the adopted East End neighborhood plan, and the omission of changes to the review and decision procedure, the ENA board requests that the city provide an additional zoning code rewrite draft for public review that provides increased clarity to these areas of concern. These draft changes should require additional documentation regarding the change log. As is customary, the board recommends that these changes be highlighted and summarized between all drafts. And versioning. Likewise, our board requests that all additional drafts in their publication date and version number on each page. Include them, sorry. And next, this 180-day review period. Having only just been able to perform step 2 of the neighborhood meeting due to a lack of accordance with the Boise City Code of Ordinances Title 11, Development Code 11-03-04, Specific Procedures 11-03.2 or .3 rezone procedure on March 29th, given the length of the prospective draft, the board requests an additional period of 180 days from that date in order to sufficiently review a document of this magnitude. This time is necessary to allow adequate public participation at a neighborhood level. We also request that this hearing process be postponed, given additional sufficient public review period. This requires rescheduling this current hearing. We also request additional materials in order to increase transparency in this development process. We request the documentation of the comments made on previous drafts from public and private entities alike, and how the Planning and Zoning Commission has and will include these changes to address these concerns in subsequent drafts, The board thanks you for these considerations as we strive to create a more inclusive rezoning process and thereby a more inclusive city. We are encouraged by the City Council's vision for responsible development, and ENA will work tirelessly to uphold our responsibilities, both to represent our neighbors and facilitate growth alongside our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. North End's next, then South Cole, and then Veterans Park.
Good evening, Chairman Schaefer and fellow commissioners. Thank you for having us here. It's a special, I'd especially like to thank the staff, city staff that have spent 3 years on this. And I've been to maybe half a dozen of the meetings. And I can't even imagine getting through 4,000 pages of emails. So thank
Sorry.
you for that.
Mr. Hagan, did you give us your address?
Yes,
and name?
sorry.
Thank you.
Eric Hagan, 809 North 18th Street, Boise, Idaho. I'm an architect and I'm licensed in several states and I've worked with dozens of jurisdictions and zoning codes. And this one, having been done in 1966, is overdue for an update. So even so, it's been our experience that the current zoning code is lacking in some areas as we've been reviewing some of the projects that have come through our neighborhood in the last few years. It's provide for a varied uses, higher density variances, planned unit developments, buildings that are out of character or too large for their adjacent neighbors. That's what the current zoning code is already allowing. And we see this new zoning code as helping kind of direct that in a little bit more organized fashion. We're excited for this opportunity to improve upon and get current and move into the future with this zoning code. Even so, we have our concerns, which you've gotten a couple of our letters on, and I'll try not to repeat the information that's in there. It is at these hearings where our neighbors really see that we are seen and heard. So it's important for us to be here as well. So I'll try not to repeat the information there, but maybe extrapolate upon them a little bit more. We've heard so much about the notification of the change of use. It's been nice to see some of the changes or some of the additions that the city is thinking of adding, like allowing the homeowner to opt in to receiving messages through the development tracker. That's an awesome addition. I look forward to that one. Even so, it seems that a couple of the notifications are going to be limited. As a neighborhood association of 10,000 or so people, we have contact information for maybe 700. So it makes it really difficult for us to be able to notify the neighbors of projects going around in their neighborhood. And that's one of the biggest emails I get or notifications I get from our neighborhood. It's people that find out usually when the trucks show up to start doing construction. And that's even with the notification process, they're missing this stuff. So it's really important to be able to get the notifications out to the people. And I think there's other ways to do it. Maybe the applicant does it, but that's just one of the very many reasons that we need to be able to do it. Because we just, as a volunteer organization, we just do not have the ability to do it, let alone do we have the resources or the information to do that. We're talking about sustainable design, sustainable development, and we couldn't find, I think there's one thing I saw in the code about incentivizing adaptive reuse, which is really the most sustainable you can be with a building, is reuse an existing building. There needs to be more incentivization to that. I'll just remind Director Keene that we still want to have a historic survey of the neighborhood, a new one, because that the one we have is really, really old. Even so, the codes are a changing target, or moving target, and always subject to change. I imagine and have heard tonight that through amendments, we may be able to make changes moving forward. So I really hope that means it's not going to be another 70 years, or it's my math is bad, isn't it? Brain math. Anyways, we look forward to your recommendation of the zoning code rewrite, and we look forward to hearing your list of conditions and considerations, or at least the discussion of these considerations. Thank you for the time, and I do not envy the task ahead of you guys.
Thank you. Okay, up next, South Cole, and then Veterans Park, and then West Downtown.
My name is Esty LaFrenz, and I am the president of South Cole Neighborhood Association. I've lived in my home at 7604 Thunder Mountain Drive in Boise, Idaho for 22 years. I love this city. It is my home. And I speak for a community that feels marginalized by city government, most of them in fear or apathetic that anything can be done to stop this. This zoning code rewrite has succeeded in dividing our beautiful city, pitting neighborhoods against neighborhoods, using intimidation tactics between the haves and the have-nots. It is fair to say that calling it a modern zoning code and creating a city for everyone are simply slogans and propaganda. The city has routinely updated the zoning code in sections when it makes sense to do so. to completely revamp the code like a blanket over the entire city, except for the rich end areas and the historic districts, will leave unknowing residents shocked when modest single-family homes are demolished by developers to place 45-foot quadplex developments next door to them. The proposed zoning code does nothing to protect our established neighborhoods. The zoning code rewrite is fatally flawed. It will not ensure affordable housing because the incentives to do so are optional, not mandatory. This is like writing a blank check to developers and those associated with them. I am asking for the P&Z to reject the upzone code and allow for proper time to discuss placing these developments in select areas that make sense to do so, not destroy the charm and character of our residential neighborhoods. I am asking for more enforceable guidance and requirements for developers to build affordable housing. I am asking not to reduce the private open space per unit from 350 to 200 feet because we are displacing trees in the city of trees, destroying the charm and character of our neighborhoods. It makes sense to do this in urban and downtown areas, not within the neighborhoods. We also feel that to implement environmental goals, there needs to be more clear guidance on electric vehicle parking. Some land use will become by right in certain residential zones. Retail sales and cafes selling alcohol have the potential to destabilize residential neighborhoods with noise, traffic, and additional parking. The removal and changes of notification to neighbors and neighborhood associations causes confusion and uncertainty within a community. These by right developments are a rubber stamp for developers without proper oversight. This needs more time, and SCNA feels that the vote by City Council should be postponed until we have a duly elected City Council based on the 2021 requirements to elect City Council representatives by districts within the city, and not by a council with 1/3 of the people appointed by the mayor. Currently, 2 of the 6 City Council members have been appointed by Mayor McLean, and as such, may not represent the voters within all of Boise's geographic districts. It stands to reason that approval of the city's zoning codes and building laws should be postponed until after the November 2023 election. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, Veterans Park. And then West Downtown, and then West End.
Good evening. My name is Katie Decker. I'm here on behalf of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. I'm actually speaking off the cuff tonight, so hopefully I'll hit everything. My address is 5001 West Wimosa Street. I want to start by giving an illustration of my neighborhood as perhaps one most affected by the zoning code. We are along State Street, and State Street bisects our neighborhood. The zoning code includes a proposal to rezone properties within, I believe, 1/4 mile, 1/8 mile of an MX3 to R2. So as a result, approximately 40% of the residential zones in my neighborhood will be R2 after the rezone. The R2 zone specifically, I believe Chairman Schaefer may have mentioned it, but the response was addressed to R1C. R2 zones specifically currently have a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, and after the rezone, we'll have 2,500. So every R2 lot in the city will automatically be eligible for redevelopment into 2 homes. Because some of those lots are currently R1, it would be split into even more than 2. So we're looking at over 40% of our neighborhood automatically rezoned. In addition, obviously, State Street itself will redevelop and increase density. And this isn't something that we oppose. I'm for increased density, but you've seen here density along residential corridors. There's typically an increased concern as the height increases. Right now, the C3 height limit is 45 feet, and the newest draft of the rezone increases it to 70 feet by right, which is 55% increase. In addition, it includes a neighborhood transition section, but that provides step-down building heights only for the R1 zones. As we've seen, the MX3 includes a rezone to R2. So none of the residential neighborhoods along State Street will benefit from that building height step down. It will go straight from 70 feet to the R2 adjacent to it. So I anticipate that being unpopular as the 70-foot buildings go in. In addition, as you've heard me speak to before, our neighborhood is largely low income and largely renter, something on the order of 50% for each. My concern with the rezone is that, as others have mentioned, affordability isn't mandated. I've heard the city testify that we cannot mandate affordability, but we can provide these new entitlements only if affordability is met. It's not a takings. Right now, we allow 45 feet of height along State Street. If you want to allow 70, require that affordability. Don't make it an option. I don't see a way that our city can provide housing for 50% of its below median income residents if only some small portion of developers choose to apply the affordability incentives and build 25% affordability. I also want to note that the market, the real estate market, will react to the market rate buildable allowances. So land values along this corridor are likely to escalate based on what market rate rents can be obtained. So even with affordability incentives applied, I assume we'll hear developers saying that they can't afford to build affordable units as that land value increases. If we control that by allowing the new entitlements only with affordability bonuses, I think that would be a net benefit. I do notice that the parking rate minimums are the only incentive applied for which you would implement affordability to gain. I'm not opposed to decreased parking, but I do have concerns tying this only to affordability, as many of the working class jobs in our neighborhood comprise multiple job sites or requirements to bring tools or late hours that are poorly served by transit. I also want to use my remaining time to discuss the change in the CUP language, which to me is one of the largest issues with the zoning code. Currently, the CUP language requires that development not impact the surrounding properties. The revised language in the code before you weakens this restriction in many key ways. It applies only to adjacent properties instead of the surrounding area. It provides an undefined qualifier of material impacts, and it allows avoidance of mitigation of these impacts with the criteria of practicable, which I'm sure you know is code for financially feasible. It also provides an undefined public benefit calculation, which makes this incredibly subjective as a code. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, West Downtown.
Hello. Sorry, feels like an odd height. Okay, so I'm Kelly Tagg, 1820 West Jefferson Street, and I am from the West Downtown Neighborhood Association. I'm a president of the association. The West Downtown Neighborhood Association is a tiny little association that's wedged between downtown Boise and the West End. We are bordered by State Street to the north and the connector to the south, and from 16th to 9th, and then we have a jog over to 23rd and to the connector. So we include like Ennis Furniture and the Pathways Community House and the new police substation and Sushi Joy. That's all included in there too. And on April 12th, our board had our quarterly spring meeting, and this was the topic that we discussed. But I do want to make it clear that our neighborhood association, our board, as well as residents of the association, have been actively following the zoning code rewrite, participating in the neighborhood communication meetings, filling out surveys, and so forth. So really, the meeting was about what do we want to say to you? And really, the biggest concern that came up, and Katie already talked about it, was we would we would like to add language into the neighborhood transition standards. And that's 11.04.03.5, which is page 206, if anybody's following that. And the applicability to the neighborhood transition standards, it specifically says that would apply to development and redevelopment to after the effective date on lots located in R2, 3, and R3 zoning districts, or any mixed-use industrial open land zoning district that have a side or rear lot property line abutting a lot in R1A, B, or R1C, and we would like to add the words R2 and R3 to that as well. As Katie just mentioned, our neighborhood association, we do have MX3 zoning along State Street, and we worked really hard with the city and 2 other neighborhood associations to implement PC zoning along that strip. That was just enacted a couple of years ago, and that did include setbacks. Overall, our neighborhood association and our board members support the zoning rewrite. We're already living proof of what it looks like when you allow different types of development. We have duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and so forth. Most structures in our neighborhood are not at the maximum height of 50 feet that is allowed in R3. Other R2 and R3 neighborhoods that align the MX3 transportation corridors are similar in that. We are stable neighborhoods. We've been around for a long time. Our neighborhood really hasn't changed that much in 100 years, though we have had homes that have been repurposed from, larger kind of mid-century modern or Victorian homes into apartments and so forth. We've already been naturally having this transition over time. So we do feel that our neighborhood should be considered as far as the neighborhood transition. And then I also wanted to comment about a couple of other things. Someone mentioned earlier that, places that are the nicer places in the neighborhood where people should be able to pay a premium to live in them. I want to bring this up because this is something our neighborhood association talks about a lot. We have Section 8 housing apartments across the street from $1 million homes. We have people that live in, ADUs and smaller units next to, larger homes. And we love the diversity in our neighborhood. And we feel very strongly that the nicer parts of the city should not be set aside or only accessible to people who can afford to live in them. That's one of the reasons why we support the zoning rewrite. And since I have a little bit of time, there was one other thing we wanted to talk about, and that is the neighborhood notification for level 2 zoning approval projects. We would like to see, in addition to notification going to the neighborhood association and notices going through the project tracker, that actual letters be sent to the neighbors that are directly impacted by the project. An example of this is one of our neighbors was going to build a garage and an ADU, and it involved a cutout in his driveway and so forth. And the neighbors, we received a notification and allowed us to have a conversation with them. There were some concerns because in our neighborhood, we don't have cutouts with driveways, children play on the streets and so forth, lots of pedestrian traffic. And as a result of the conversation, the neighbor agreed to change his plan, and he accesses his ADU and new garage through the alley like all of the other folks in our neighborhood do. So that gave us an opportunity to have that conversation instead of hurt feelings later on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and the last one we have signed up was the West End Neighborhood Association.
Okay, can I just raise this a bit? My name is Lauren Panisi, and I live at 2411 West Pleasanton Avenue. I'm here speaking for the West End Neighborhood Association. I'm a board member at large. I have 4 areas of the zoning code rewrite that I wanted to focus on today. First is the allowed uses in the R2 zone. So West End neighborhood does have primarily R2 zone. And the change in the lot size and in the height allowance would severely affect our neighborhood. So most of our lots are set at 50 by 100, so 5,000 square feet. Now the new minimum lot size would be 2,500 square feet. So does that incent developers to buy a house, tear it down, split the lot, and put up two houses? How does that work? And the same is true of joining lots. That's another option. And in fact, that was brought up in one of the community meetings, is that a property with a home that has aged out could be torn down, two lots joined together, and put up a new modern multifamily housing structure. That's a concern. Our neighborhood is an older neighborhood. It does have historic homes on it. We had a historic survey. So these are some of the things about our neighborhood that are unique, that make it distinctive. And that's part of what the zoning code is trying to do, is preserve those unique characteristics. But how does that happen if the allowed use in an R2 is to change the lot size, change the height allowances, and those sorts of things? The other thing about our neighborhood that I mentioned briefly is that it is historic, and you may not be aware, or maybe you are, but our neighborhood was documented by a local historian. They've documented in a local book about Boise. We even have a historic trail through our neighborhood about some of our unique buildings and homes and that sort of thing. And in addition to all that, we have a lovely mature tree canopy, which we'd like to preserve, but with some of these newer building developments, like the one at 27th Street Crossing, all the trees were cut down, with the exception of two mature trees. So that is a concern in our neighborhood as well. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the diminished public participation in the process. So our neighborhood association, we've gotten those little green postcards. We do see the signs posted. We do respond. We have been appearing before the planning and zoning or city council whenever is appropriate to comment on some of these projects. And we do participate in the developer meetings as well. We take advantage of all of those opportunities, and we like to see that preserved. I was happy to hear about the online project code tracker. It's great to take advantage of all those different options, electronic, paper, and then the visual sign posted, because not everybody communicates online. Not everyone is using online technology. So the third thing that I wanted to talk about is design standards. So in the modern zoning code flyer, it talks about preserving the character of our neighborhoods. So this is one thing that we've had a problem with past projects that have come up, because it's very difficult to coordinate between the planning and zoning and then the design review, the way the process exists today. And I didn't see how that's going to improve in the future. So as I said, our neighborhood has very distinctive, we've got Art Deco houses, we've got Victorian, we've got, you name it, we got it. So how do we preserve that? How do we have developers complement what already exists? So that would be important in our neighborhood, how we have a modern zoning code that does add character and talk and speak to that. The other, let's see, where am I? I'm on 4. Okay, fourth thing, the past results and the future. So the housing bonus ordinance was passed, and that was supposed to help alleviate some of the housing problems that in the city. But did it really achieve the results? I mean, I saw an article in Boise Dev, only 4 projects took advantage of that. How do we know that this zoning code rewrite is going to meet some of the goals that, and they're very, worthwhile goals for the zoning rewrite. But I was happy to hear Commissioner Mooney talk about how do we monitor, how do we course correct if there are problems, because there always are unintended consequences, processes that don't work. So to have some sort of review process, and Director Keene addressed that as well, have a 12-month review, audit communicate because we absolutely, well, especially in our neighborhood, it sounds like all the others would be very interested in hearing and keeping involved with the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, everybody. So that was all the folks that signed up at a time. Is there anybody else here representing a neighborhood association that did not sign up? Okay, that looks good there. And then we have looks like one person online. All right, Mr. Pickett.
Yes,
Hi there. Are you representing a neighborhood association?
I am.
Okay, and which one are you with?
I am with Depot Bench Neighborhood Association.
Okay. You can start with your name and address, please.
Sure. Yep. Jim Pickett. I live at 3501 Windsor Drive. I'm the current treasurer of the Depot Bench Neighborhood Association, but I've been involved with the Neighborhood Association for 15 years in a variety of positions, including past president. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm going to make 2 points of emphasis. Mostly have been made by other of my esteemed neighborhood association colleagues. One is on public comments, and the other one is on building height in the MX3 zone. I've testified in front of planning and zoning several times, and while the commissioners didn't always agree with the neighborhood's thoughts, I believe that we were heard, and I believe that we may have swayed further decisions or started some conversations that move the needle to our viewpoint for subsequent projects. Well, I see where Director Keene is coming from. Moving away from providing those opportunities may streamline the application process, since the rules may be more clearly defined for type 2 projects. We agree with our colleagues from Barber Valley and many of the other neighborhood associations that spoke this evening, and feel it's a step backwards to not involve the public in the process, regardless of application type. Since this is a new zoning plan, I'm sure there will be lots of questions and perhaps some disagreements and misunderstandings as to what's in the code and how each party reads the words and interprets what those words really mean. There needs to be a way to have the community included in the discussions in these instances. There seems like there could be some balance point that could be initially implemented over the first few years that would allow all sides to become comfortable with the changes to these type 2 projects. As Commissioner Mooney mentioned, in the type 1 and type 2 projects, it seems like there needs to be some option for public notification for concerns to be heard. The development tracker side is a great step in that direction, but as others have mentioned, projects thinking about going to that site or registering and then or visiting that site on a frequent basis is a big ask for a lot of people, because although everybody in this room is concerned about planning and zoning, it's not an everyday top of mind item for most of the community. We're also concerned about the height requirement and the MX3 zone at 70 feet. As with the State Street corridor mentioned by both the Veterans Park and West Downtown Neighborhood Associations, on the Vista Avenue corridor, we currently have a lot of C2 zones adjacent to R1 zones. The new zoning requirement does have a transition zone of R2 between these two zones, but it seems to me that currently there could be a 70-foot structure built next to what is currently a one-story home that is in what is currently an R1 zone. Even with the step downs in height outlined, the 70-foot part of the structure seems like it could be only 40 feet from a one-story residential building. It would be nice to see a scale drawing of what it would really look like on a typical Vista cross section on the diagram in page 206 of the transition standard section of the code, so that commissioners and others could see the true effect of this situation. Thank you again for your time today and listening to our concerns. I appreciate everybody's time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Piggott. Up next, looks like we have Mr. Llewellyn from Northwest Neighborhood Association.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Hello there.
Hi. First point of order, I'd like to check that we as neighborhood association representatives will still be able to testify as individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. Thank you. So Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. I am representing Northwest Neighborhood Association. First of all, I have the advantage of hearing everybody else, all those great comments. So we would like to agree with comments from Barber Valley regarding the permitting process, Crestline and Central Foothills with pathways and fire, the East End regarding this process, and the need for versioning, and South Cole with respect to the need for geographic representation and how the rewrite may result in very different levels of impact for different areas of the city. And with the Veterans Park neighborhood for the need to tame the land market to prevent just land values to increase with increased entitlements, and especially the changes in the CUP that were pointed out. And with West Downtown regarding the transition zones from MX3 and the West End regarding to how to fix mistakes that will be here. So this weekend, I saw something I've never seen before, and that was two vehicles, a pickup and a sedan, make a high-speed U-turn on State Street between Bogart and Duncan, as replete with smoking tires and squealing sounds. And then they did this quick U-turn, and then they pulled into their new apartment complex there at 9000 West State Street. And the reason they do that, where the speed limit here is 55, is because it's just a right in, right out onto State Street from their new apartment complex. And if they manage that, it's a kind of extreme move, but if they manage it, they can save 5 or 10 minutes because they won't have to say, go on to Bogart, find a place to turn around, come back out, wait for another light, etc. So this last fall, we approved another 230 units along State Street that will end up, as it is written now, with another right in, right out onto the 55-mile-per-hour traffic of State Street. This commission, ACHD, the neighborhood, we all agreed that we needed a new traffic light there. Unfortunately, it didn't make it through City Council. But the point is you heard from our neighborhood, and you've heard this multiple times, for the need for infrastructure, especially on State Street, as we convert pastures in our neighborhood to 4-story apartments. Today, that opportunity to give you this public input, and it's often situations that we know about, especially as we do multiple concurrent developments, which are not captured well with statistics or traffic counts. We have the chance to tell you that infrastructure is lacking. And you often listen to us. But one of our major concerns in our neighborhood, and that's part of being, a newly annexed area, and being in a different section of State Street where it's 55 miles per hour, but it's also a highway. HOV lanes are not allowed. We don't have any bus stops, even though we call it a best-in-class transit, and we're zoning it accordingly. We only have one bus stop on one end. Then we have 2 miles without a bus stop, almost 2 miles. And so one of our major concerns is right now the legal checkpoint for needed infrastructure is the rezone. If we give all this away in a sense of grant all these entitlements and this becomes MX3, how can we then assure that we're going to get the needed infrastructure? And it's not just roadway related. It can be pathways. It can be bus stops. It can be connections between those two things. And as you know, there's this whole problem with ACHD, and the ACHD is say it's a problem with the city. And the problem right now is it just doesn't work. And it doesn't matter who we're blaming. For us as a neighborhood, it doesn't work. A few years ago, ACHD kind of did their own major change, but without nearly so much thought or planning, when they decided to waive the waivers right? So now they no longer will grant a waiver for a level of service failure. They'll just say, we don't deal with that anymore. That's Boise's problem. But Boise hasn't really digested that as well, because we still hear from our public officials occasionally, traffic related issues aren't our problem, those are ACHD's problem. So in a sense, what we're doing here in our neighborhood when it comes to State Street and transit-oriented development is building this on a house of sand. We really need to understand who has, really, that's time. Okay, well, I haven't gotten to most of my points. And that's, I guess, yeah, a big deal with only having 5 minutes, but all right.
You can just maybe give us a quick
Sure,
wrap.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
kind
you.
of in midstream there. So
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I will just give you one sentence for the other each other paragraph. So we have what I just talked about. We need to make sure that this planned infrastructure, because is actually phased to the actualization of the infrastructure is phased to the building, because we can have things that plan for years and never get to them. And again, if we're removing this checkpoint of a rezone, then we may even be losing the legal ability to ensure it. So we need to deal with this up front. We have issues about water and how the water plan for adequate water addresses in our city. It's kind of our neighborhood, it kind of conflates quantity with quality. I guess I can put more written comments to City Council with regard to that. Quite a few other points, but I'll stop now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Okay, is there anyone else online that's representing a neighborhood association? Okay, doesn't look like it. Do we want to take a quick break, or do we want to just jump into questions of our neighborhood associations
and city?
What's that?
Neighborhood associations and city.
And city, yeah.
I'm good to keep going, but if Chris wants a break.
Okay, let's do it. We'll do a quick 5 minute. Quick 5 minute. Okay. All right, we got a little enthusiasm going on right now. I like it. I like it. Yeah, blood's flowing. Okay, well, thank you everyone for representing your neighborhood associations and providing your testimony tonight. Appreciate everybody's promptness and their commentary. So we'll go ahead and just open this up now for any questions by the commission to you all and to city staff after we're done getting our gum.
Mr. Chair, I'll kick it off because I don't have any food in my mouth.
Okay. Commissioner Blanch.
If I may. Several people addressed this, I think. Is the East End Neighborhood Association representative online? Is that Ms. Montoto?
Yeah, I believe she's online now. Yeah. And here, staff's bringing her on.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
Wonderful.
Go ahead, Chris.
Cindy, I wanted to ask you really quick. Thank you so much for all the neighborhood associations who showed up. Thank you very much. I was really, really dismayed when I read the Boise Dev reporting that, I mean, I think there's only half of the neighborhood associations who even bothered to look at this. And I mean, as Director Keene noted, this is like twice in a century like rewrite of the zoning code, right? I mean, this is like the biggest rewrite of Boise law in a long time ever, right? And it's like, and half the neighborhood associations didn't even bother to look at it. Right. So
easy.
We have some rebuilding to do, people. Okay. So Ms. Montoto, my question is, you and your neighborhood association have specifically asked for basically 180-day stay on this, and I'm very much swayed by what Director Keene put forth, which is, after 1 year's time, we've really got to take stock of what we've done here. Whatever ends up happening with this code, right? And it's so. I guess my question is: do you feel that just sitting idly by for the next 6 months and hoping, without trying any of what's in the code and just hoping that we can all just somehow magically get it right in the next 6 months, that we're going to produce better results that way than we would if we just let this thing run its course for a mere 6 months past what you're proposing, as Director Keene has suggested, where we can actually put the code into operation and see what happens. And then go from there. And I think several of the other neighborhood associations have said a similar thing, like, well, let's wait until the councils. The South Estee Lauder Friend said, well, let's wait until the council members are in. And so again, I guess my question is, to what end? Like, shouldn't we just run this experiment and see what happens? That would give us real time on the ground feedback to see how this thing works out. That's my question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Blanchard, for your question. I think that it's not so much a let's just not do anything for the next 6 months and just sit on our hands and wait and see. I think there's still work that needs to be done, right? There's still untangling that needs to happen. And my personal thought on the waiting until the new council is in and ready to go. I do think that would help. And it's ironic and interesting that it's kind of aligning that way where we're at in this process. And really what ENA and I think a lot of other neighborhood associations and just the general public would like to see is that we need a track changes version from the earlier draft so that people don't have to go through and reread the 620 plus pages to know what these changes are. They can look, they can see what the changes are, what has been done. And perhaps that's something that if there is a 180-day stay put in place, that's something that can be done. But to your point, no, that's absolutely not what we are asking for here in terms of just not doing anything and sitting on our hands.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, real quick, Chris, you good there? Great.
So I have a information request from the city on an issue that several people brought up. So I'm shooting this over to Andrea and her people. So we were just talking about the reclassification of certain R1B and R1C parcels to R2 based on their adjacency to an MX zone and certain other criteria. This is laid out in the transition map language. Can you please provide, is it possible during this hearing cycle, so the next 2 or 3 days, how many R1B parcels are going to get flipped to R2? And what's their, how much space is that? And how many R1C parcels are going to get flipped to R2? And how much space is that? And how many, if we know how many dwelling units are getting affected by that, what these folks call the automatic conversion to R2. I'm just interested in understanding the scale of that problem. And the other question I would have, Andrea, is there's been an argument that will fall disproportionately on certain parts of the city. I imagine that's true because that best-in-class zoning corridor, they're not everywhere. But I'd like to understand better exactly where, by sort of percentage proportionally, this is occurring.
Commissioner Gillespie, first of all, we can absolutely get that information over the course. We'll have it tomorrow. So you have it tomorrow evening. We don't have it available right at the moment, but we can have it for you tomorrow. I will say, just to provide the context for this, what's being proposed is that along those MX3 transit corridors, again, Vista, which was spoken to in the Depot Bench comments, and then State spoken to in the Veterans Park comments, and then Fairview, which didn't come up. But those three corridors, one of the proposals in this ordinance is to rezone the property fronting on those corridors to the MX3, which is the taller 70 feet and so forth. And then right behind that, rezone to the R2, which you're speaking to, which in this code takes you to 50 feet in those areas. And then you get down to the R1 zone beyond that. So the purpose of that, the purpose of that was to say, we want the density along the corridor. This is helpful. We need it in concert with our plans for transportation. Right behind that, rather than falling down right away to the single family or the R1, have that transition of R2. So you're going from 70 to 50 to lower heights as you get into the R1 districts behind it. So you're now asking how many properties and how many residences are affected by the R2, which we can have for you tomorrow.
Ms. Cheesemelt, yeah.
Yeah, because the buzzword of the opposition is upzone. And I think this may be, a major source of that comment, if by upzone we mean moving from R1 to R2. And I'd like to understand that better. And I'd also like to understand, is there an opportunity to rezone these parcels to R2, but not adopt every single aspect of the new R2 zone? So for example, we could say, we're going to rezone all these to R2, but we're not going to let them, divide these lots into 2,500 square foot parcels like they could otherwise in an R2. But we will let the new height exception go through. So just think about, is there a way to make that transition work differently, or are there some choices, or is it better just to say, no, don't mess with don't create like an R2A, and this rule only would apply to R2A, and R2A would keep the 5,000 square foot requirement of the existing R2, but allow for the new height requirement. Like, do you see what I mean? Like fiddling around with basically the height of the building and the number of the buildings on these parcels. It's like, I'd be interested, as I'm thinking about it, like, okay, so all these parcels go to R2. If every single one of them is able to do a land division and be at 2,500 square feet versus where they are now, how many new R2 parcels get created? If that makes sense, right? And I'd just like to know the number. So in Katie's case, there's 100 new R2 zones, but because of their current size, they could all of a sudden become 300, or is it 140? Yes. I don't know.
Yeah,
because I can't scale that stuff.
I understand, and we can give you the numbers that you're seeking. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
Just to follow on, because I was going to ask Ms. Decker that same thing. Does what Director Keene's saying, does that comport with your understanding, Katie? I guess maybe pop up.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I guess, could you repeat the question?
So this has been one of my questions from the outset. So you said that you think 41%, my question was 40% of your R1s under this new code, we are physically rezoning them to R2, or are you saying by virtue of the fact that
I think
the lot size change, they will be?
So we have existing R2 in our neighborhood, and for our existing R2, in addition to the R2s that will happen via rezone, we expect that to be approximately 40% of the neighborhood. From when we've looked at the code, I believe citywide it's on the order of 1,000, 1,100 properties would be rezoned R2. And that translates to something like 4,000 direct neighbors. But I think that part of the concern that was being missed in that discussion was that there's no step down between MX3 70 feet and R2 45 feet. So those existing homes, those homes that redevelop to 45 feet high, that's still a 35-foot wall above the property behind them.
Gotcha. Thank you. And if I could really quick,
Tim,
Yeah, that's not true.
did you have anything there, Tim? Okay.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I mean, you can build a 35-foot house in R1A, R1B. So 70, 40 it's not on its face an unreasonable gradient as you step down from MX3 to R2 to one of the R1 zones. I just want to know, like, what's the maximum potential of new R2 zones we're going to create and how are they distributed?
Just
please, Chris.
To your point, Milt, if I may, I have the same concern with the language that we hear here because the word upzone has gone through meaning changes. It was always understood by the profession that upzoning was we're taking R1 and we are now making it R2. Okay, that's an upzone, or we are taking R1 and we are turning it to commercial. That's an upzone. And then there was this fuzzy period of history where journalists quit defining even what they mean by upzone, and the planning community even adopted that too and wouldn't say what they mean. And then all of a sudden, the NIMBY community grabbed a hold of upzone and literally flipped it on its head. So now when what we're going to hear 200 people tomorrow say don't upzone Boise, and when they say upzone, what they mean is no. What they mean is if you are increasing density, that's upzoning, and that is not upzoning. So it's literally the opposite. So upzoning is redefining the minimum. And when you are increasing density, you are redefining the maximum. It's literally the opposite. So what's going to happen tomorrow is that we're going to get gaslit up here all night because they've literally turned the word on its head. So that this goes to your point is what parcels are we actually upzoning? What's going from R1 to R2? That's important. Because the argument of, well, you're increasing density in R1 because you're going from 5,000 square foot to 3,500. That's not upzoning. That is not upzoning whatsoever.
But going from R1 to R2 is.
That is the absolute definition.
So I just want to,
upzoning.
and
Yes.
that's all I can see in
Yes.
this text that is a legit upzone.
Right, correct.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Blanchard.
Mr. Ooh, go Katie.
All right, well done. Okay. Let's keep the positive energy in the room here. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Whitley.
So I have a
Just
question.
back on track.
I think I have a question for Kay, Boise Heights, regarding enforcement, because really great written testimony in our package. So I want you to give you an opportunity to talk some more about that, the WUI, and then maybe follow up with staff after that. And are we really resourced to do what you're proposing?
Commissioner Mooney, thank you for the question. Kay Hummel, Boise Heights Neighborhood Association. We don't think you are. I spoke with Michael, who's the lead during the last break. Compliance officer, apparently right now at the city, and he has 6 co-workers, and they're stretched soup to nuts, right? Daycare, pallets downtown, now the new downtown noise, whatever that's going to be. But we just believe in life safety issues like urban or WUI wildfire potential, and also out in Amity, which is part of the WUI, that the standards for enforcement need real consequences. And we don't see it in the code. We went back and forth Michael also reminded me that some in the city believe that possibly state legislation inhibits this, and you have to go to a judge and get a misdemeanor offense, which is the page numbers I gave you, go back and forth between that. We just really think that in life safety issues with non-abated wildfire vegetation over 12 inches covering vacant lots in some of these older neighborhoods or on the fringes of a newer neighborhood like Harris Ranch North, if the adjacent landowner is not taking care of their issue, the city should not be handicapped in dealing with it right away. And we'd love to see you get with legal and with the current folks to make that happen. We encourage this is a matter we will take to council for their budget adoption. It's not something you guys can do, hire more code enforcement folks, but it seems pretty clear to us it's needed because there are non-compliant landowners. There's other good landowners that take care of their issues, but we've seen it with 3 different owners abutting us in our neighborhood, not just a single one. And we'd love to see the code enforcement officers, as we described to you, my ABC, what happens here on page 6, have that not be so delayed and have your code enforcement folks able to act more quickly and have the teeth behind them in the form of daily fines for non-compliance. We looked at other places, I think Pittsburgh and maybe Arizona, and the standard seemed to be $300 per day of non-compliance.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then for staff, I guess the question is what are your thoughts on that? I mean, we didn't flesh this out really deeply in the draft code about enforcement, especially, wildfire is a huge issue, and how are we going to put some teeth in this?
Nope.
Ta-da. Good evening, Commissioners. Andrea Tuning for the record. Kay Hummel and I have had an opportunity to really talk about enforcement and how we can really achieve what we're doing. And over time, the city has changed significantly in the way we approach enforcement. We originally had what we called just a zoning enforcement team that focused on zoning enforcement. And so they were subject matter experts. Over time, they decided that they would relocate those individuals to do additional things. And Kay actually alluded to now they are doing abandoned vehicles. They're doing childcare licensing and approvals. They're also expected to know zoning code enforcement as well. And so there's this multitude of different items. And so we've kind of lost that subject matter expert. So Kay and I have really talked about, how could the city evaluate that, and understanding too that there are limited resources. There are actually 7 enforcement officers that enforce every issue throughout the city, including those licensing. So it is not only as a city resource issue, but making sure that we do have those subject matter experts that can address specific life safety issues like wildland urban interface, vegetation, those types of things. And so it really is a policy question. And so, if you do have concerns, that's certainly one of those things that you can recommend to city council is, ensuring that we have those resources and that we can make sure that we have the subject matter experts that are necessary.
May I add one comment further, Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, please.
We also were aware, talking with a couple other neighborhoods, that they had that concern, and I think Ms. Fauci from Central Foothills has encountered it. The bottom line here is that there should be subject matter experts in the life safety and for the WUI. That's a real simple division, I think, and you could outline it in the comp plan, the new goals there, because there is a whole section on the WUI there. I think it's 511 or 11.5, whatever. I get my code versus my comp plan mixed up. So I think you can set the tone and actual wording for it in both documents this week. And for the last point I would make is that the worst case of noncompliance happened right next to my home 3 years ago in the summer of 20. And it went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. And we appreciated the officer who did his best, but he was hamstrung by a really non-compliant landowner. And a fire department person said, can't you guys just work it out and talk to that person? Well, we really can't. And we'd love to just have a cup of coffee and work it out, but you can't. And a different neighbor down the street from me couldn't get it handled with the abutting HOA, who has a responsibility to take care of their drain pond in perpetuity. So that's where we suggest there's real financial incentive to follow the law. So thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, gang?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Danley, please.
A couple different things here. Common theme, it seemed, at least among some of the testimony we heard, was infrastructure up front, or at the very least in a timely manner. And it sounds as though from some of the testimony, in certain instances, neither has taken place. And so obviously trying to get the language right in this rewrite to make sure that ends and we get these things implemented. So I guess it's a general question of staff in this instance is how can we best handle that? Do you feel that the rewrite language does get us to a better place with requiring and getting the infrastructure that services the rest of the neighborhood around the application's development? Or do we need to tighten it up somehow? I mean, your general thoughts.
A few things, Commissioner Danley. First, I might say that the challenges that were presented tonight relative to the installation of infrastructure or the provision of services or the enforcement of codes is a frustration that we shouldn't act like won't exist ever. I mean, these are things in any city are probably bigger challenges than anyone would like. We do, however, I think, take a step forward here. One of the challenges that we have, I think, in the way the current ordinance works and therefore how we operate is that when you have so many different zoning districts, and that's what the result of plan unit developments are, when you have because these are all custom zoning districts, they're not base zoning districts. The words were mentioned several times tonight, by right development, that this ordinance allows by right development. Yes, it does. The current ordinance does. Any ordinance does. There are certain rights that people have to build that are by right. That's not a new idea in this ordinance. It's in every ordinance. But when you create all these plan unit developments, I mentioned 283 or 38 over 5 years. That's just over the last 5 years. You have all these individual zoning districts that therefore you have to have, talk about subject matter experts. You've got to have someone enforcing 238 individual separate zoning districts. And I'm telling you, that's hard to maintain the enforcement and the follow through on so many customized zoning districts. So I think a major step forward with this ordinance is to establish standards that apply uniformly across all development. So we're enforcing those things. I do think infrastructure is a big part of this, though, and we agree that the adequate infrastructure within the city is so fundamental to the city growing in a way that people embrace, because as you're growing, you're getting the improvements that you as a resident of the city need to do the things that we're talking about, to walk down the street rather than have to drive all the time, and walk down the street in a safe way. But I think the capital improvements in the city has been mentioned several times tonight, and most of that has been around streets. But there's other capital improvements that are necessary to ensure that people's quality of life is improving as the city grows. And the reality of that in terms of this ordinance really is that the step this ordinance is taking is to say let's invest in that infrastructure within our existing footprint. We're going to have frustrations. The cost of this is still large just to service the existing footprint of the city. You know what our needs are in terms of just sidewalks in the city. But it's a big step to say that's where we want to concentrate our resources. We are not going to continue to extend ourselves further and further, which is not a decision other cities have made. And that's a decision we're suggesting we make and we build within ourselves. And as frustrating as capital improvements or street improvements might be at times, at least we're headed in the right direction, which is let's invest in the existing infrastructure and not continue extending ourselves.
Yeah, I think
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney. Yeah.
I got a question for Eric, North End. You made a comment about sustainability, and the greatest thing we can do is reuse existing buildings. And so I'm thinking of the incentives to improve residential neighborhood, get the missing middle that most of this code is trying to satisfy. Where in the code would you suggest that be, and what are you saying? What's that look like?
Oh, joy. Thank you, Commissioner Mooney. Chairman Schaefer. How many pages? How many pages are in the zoning code? 600? Where would we put that? I don't know, probably somewhere around near substandard lots, which I'm not sure if that's actually still in the code or not. But it's, especially in the North End, so many people move there because of the historic houses and the historic nature of the neighborhood. And it's one of the things we hear from all our constituents in that neighborhood is when a house gets torn down and it gets replaced with a big mansion that's 2-3 times larger than what was there before. There's a lot of hemming and hawing and complaints that go on. So the city does have sustainable design guidelines. They are voluntary. Maybe it's time to make those a requirement for some developments if people want to do stuff. I did read an article last year, I believe Director Keene had mentioned something about adding that as an incentive in the code somewhere. So perhaps he has an idea too.
Thank you for that question. And to speak to something Eric mentioned first, which I think is important, is that we are seeing demolitions in the city right now, and the vast majority of those are demolitions of existing modest houses to be replaced by much larger single houses. That is, so I mentioned that just to say this ordinance doesn't create demolition of existing houses. That is a phenomenon that happens. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that will probably accelerate, that existing modest single family homes get replaced with much more expensive, larger single family homes. Happens all the time. A couple of things that we incorporated into the draft that you have that speak to this. One is that in one of our incentives, which is incentive 2 related to affordability, the strategic infill, and this came up last summer when we were hearing from people on this very topic, which was we'd like to, okay, a mix of housing types is nice, but what about demolition of existing homes if that somehow results in that? So within that incentive, you'll see that we say you have to be on a collector or an arterial, number 1. And then that the property has to be vacant. The structure has to be 25% or less of the value of the property, or you reuse the structure in the development. So the point was specifically in that case to create an incentive around, or not an incentive, it's a requirement that either it's a vacant property or you're reusing the existing structure. And then the last piece I'll mention about this, because it's come up in this question a few times tonight, is that the requirement that we added to this code, which doesn't currently exist in these areas where we're providing for additional height or density, And that's those MX zones that what has been mentioned several times tonight about, for instance, going to 70 feet in the MX3. We added a provision that if on those properties where you're building, you have had within the last 3 years assisted living, a nursing home, a mobile home park, federally designated affordable housing, or even naturally occurring affordable housing at 60% or less of AMI, then you have to get a conditional use permit at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So a protection around loss of existing affordable housing, or the concern around vulnerable people being subject to displacement as a result of any increase in density, to create that protection, which currently doesn't exist. You all have dealt with this before, of course, most recently in the Arbor Village case, where it happened just because of rezoning. We've built that into the existing ordinance. We would, I mean, the protection of existing structures is a very important issue. And any way we can help do that in this ordinance, we will absolutely be open to ideas that do that. Reusing existing structures, as Eric said, is the most sustainable thing you do. We've tried to incorporate it into our incentives, but we do have this reality of how do you do both? You know, how do you, and we have this phenomenon of more expensive housing coming for single families through demolition that we've been seeing in Boise, and it will probably pick up.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Eric. Commissioner Moore?
I have a follow-up on that one.
Oh, yeah,
actually,
sorry.
But
Sorry.
it might be all right. It's mainly for Mr. Keene. So there is that one place that you mentioned in the R1B and R1C districts, and that kind of incentive category 2, that includes a lot on which the existing structure will be incorporated into the project. But is there any consideration for that being part of, say, for incentive 1, maybe it could be listed under like the energy conservation category as an option, or honestly, most of these under the energy conservation category as an option? Because I think the biggest issue that I have with incentive 1 is it's an and statement and not an or. So you have to be on that collector arterial roadway and the existing building, and as opposed to or. And, you know, having that energy, being in that energy conservation or being in that sustainability / resilience category as well, kind of gives a little bit more flexibility to
That's a good
have
point.
those in there.
Yeah, with incentive 1. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I'd like to remind the commission or ask the commission, we can do this Q&A kind of whenever we want to.
Can, indeed.
So it's not like we have to empty the barrel or the you know,
chamber,
all of them right now, whatever it is, Chris.
Yeah.
But so at the end of every evening, we can do Q&A. Because this isn't a permit, so you don't have to struggle to get questions. You can work on it tomorrow too, if you wanted to. Just saying.
I do believe what Milda's saying is if we're good with questions, we can call it a night. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, please come on up. You have a comment?
Yes, Joni Fossey, Central Foothills again. I thought you said potentially the neighborhood associations could ask again at the end too.
Staff.
Well, anyway, this is just a comment about the WUI fire stuff. And I don't know how you could work it into the code, but in terms of neighbors not keeping their vegetation down and stuff, maybe somehow we could get the Boise Fire Department more involved. What they do currently with Firewise and all that, it works great for the people who participate. But the ones that never come to the events where the firemen come and tell us all this stuff, they're the ones that need more nudging along to clean up their vegetation. And another area that could maybe be helpful in this is with the Parks and Rec, because a lot of us have open space adjacent to our homes. And if Parks and Rec could maybe change the vegetation, or like how farmers make that swath along the highways to keep the wildfires from going, maybe we could do some other thing like that as well. And I don't know if that can get worked into this or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Daly.
There's just a real quick question,
Sure.
I think so. But we haven't really talked much about the neighborhood cafe concept. And I know that was mentioned quite a bit in testimony written and this evening. So just a real quick point of clarification. I think I know the answer, but just to make sure, the comment that was made about selling beer in a neighborhood cafe, as far as I'm aware, that's a requirement of a liquor license, right? That's not just an arbitrary decision. You can sell as much coffee as you want, but beer and alcohol is a different deal.
Good evening again, for the record, Andrea
Andrea
Tuning. So the neighborhood cafe, it was ultimately for any of the small retail or cafe uses. When you start to get into alcohol sales, you're either getting a beer and wine license or a liquor license. And if you notice, you'll see use specific standards under neighborhood cafes. And it ultimately says that if you are serving alcoholic beverages, there are some restrictions that go with that. And so those use specific standards are really key. So making sure that you're providing your parking, making sure that if you have outdoor seating area, that's limited to however many square feet it's in ratio to whatever the indoor space is. It accommodates for whether or not you are selling liquor licenses or alcohol sales. If you are doing alcohol, you are required to provide food with that. So it's not only a bar, it has to be food and beverage together, coupled, and then also restrictions on timing. So.
Thank you.
If I could just speak to that, the use specific standards related to neighborhood scale retail, which require that they be no more than 2,000 square feet. That's the first thing. This is an important provision, I think, of this ordinance, because we did want to allow more service, at the neighborhood scale, closer to people's homes. So it's 2,000 square feet maximum floor area. The standard related to alcohol sales just says that you must also serve food. The outdoor seating area is limited to no more than 30% of the gross floor area of the business. So you get up to 30% of the floor area of the business that you could use for outdoor seating. You can't have a drive-through, of course. Hours are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the parking is one space per 1,000 square feet of area with a maximum of 4 parking spaces. So, small scale parking there. I just wanted to make sure all those facts were on the table here.
Thanks, Tim. Okay. I think we're wrapping up on questions for the evening. So I think we'll move towards adjournment here tonight. We're gonna be back again tomorrow night at 5 o'clock for testimony, public testimony. Does that sound good, everybody? Okay, great. Just real quick, again, I wanted to thank you all for coming out tonight, and you folks that are online as well that testified. Truly, we appreciate the input. It was enlightening and it was a good discussion. And I think that you definitely helped us vet out some of the issues that we're finding in this code.
Jim, hold on one second.
Okay.
Before you say adjourn. So we don't need to defer or do a continuance of this meeting. We can just walk out and pick up.
I even already asked that question of staff, Milt.
You did?
I did.
Well, what the hell did it mean in the notes for the meeting that said we have to defer?
No, I don't know. Staff just overrode those notes.
What the hell? Thought we had 2 lawyers present.
They're
They're probably still arguing.
They stopped
about what
listening
the word
hours ago.
defer means. All right, carry on.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you all very much. We are adjourned and we'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock.